Getting a mode of preparation. All right, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cuniff Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. I'm going to take roll for the morning. Mr. Stillwell, Mr. Shart, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, and Mr. I'm sorry, Ms. Renard. Okay, all right. All right. All right, Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. Mr. Ewing, Mr. Matthews Sr., good morning. Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey, good morning. And Mr. Ryan and Mr. Williams, good morning. All right. All right, Ms. Fulton, Mr. Atkins, good morning. All right. Good morning, Ms. Knight. How are you? All right. Mr. Kokomo, how can I leave you out? Good morning. All right. All right, counsel, as we wait on our jurors. Last night, we had a discussion about Mr. Shart's motion, which is marked as the next court's exhibit in order, which regards the redaction or admissibility of out-of-court statements of Walter Murphy and law enforcement officials. As I understand it from, and just to recap from last night, the state and the defense do not have any argument as to assertions D, which is a statement on August the 15th, 2015 at 44 minutes. E, August the 18th, 2015 at 49 minutes. G, August 18th at 2015 at 1 hour and 3 minutes. H, August 18th, 2015 at 1:07. And L, February 16th, 2016 proffer on or about from the start of the tape to 12 minutes to around 16 minutes. The state and the defense have also concurred that F, which is a statement on August the 18th of 2015 at 58:20 seconds. That we'll take that up should the circumstances arise. We also had some discussion about statement J, August the 18th of 2015 at 1 hour, 25 minutes, where purportedly investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither elicit information about another police officer. Both sides have indicated that is not relevant. So the matters that I need to resolve, unless you all need to update me accordingly or correct something that I have otherwise misstated, are A, which is a July 15th, 2015 statement at 31:30, where Mr. Murphy claims his life is in jeopardy because he was arrested in front of the associates of Jeffrey Williams. B, July 15th, 2015 statement at 35 minutes. that Mr. Murphy alleges repeated statements that this will get him killed. And he repeats this at 48:30 and 1 hour and 20 minutes. And then C, July the 15th of 2015 at 47 minutes. Mr. Murphy's complaint that the arresting officers had jeopardized his safety by telling Jeffrey Williams Sr. that Mr. Murphy was being brought down to speak to detectives. These assertions, the defendant Stillwell asserts would interject improper character. Another statement that I also was asked to pass on is a statement on August the 18th of 2015 at 1:42. Mr. Short, you'll need to, or Mr. Harvey, you'll need to tell me what statement that is. If you just give me a minute so I can consider that. I've had an opportunity to take a look at the cases that Mr. Steele sent to all parties concerned. So also make part of the record for as the next court's exhibit for discussion. I've had an opportunity to take a look at Kell versus the state at 280 Georgia 669, Morel versus the state 313 Georgia at 247, Scott versus the state at 305 Georgia, appeals 710, Bryant versus the state 296 Georgia at 256, and Broadwater versus the state at 359 Georgia, 87. From the courts digesting those cases read together, it appears that, and this is what I like the state to address, that if Mr. Murphy, if you're going to present evidence that Mr. Murphy made threats or he directed another person to send threatening messages or is involved in these particular messages, and what I mean by that is, I mean that since Mr. Williams has mentioned, it would be a violation of those particular cases. Do you have some other basis that you're going to claim or argue to the court, or do you have evidence that you believe that Mr. Williams had something to do with these particular statements?
Good morning, Your Honor. So a few things to first clarify the court's recitation of yesterday. I want to specifically go back to letter J, Your Honor.
Okay, letter J is August 18th, 2015 statement at 1:25. Where Investigator Dennis, Investigator gave the illicit information about another police officer.
And Your Honor, the state's position yesterday was that we needed to listen to that particular portion again.
Have you listened to it already?
We did, and Your Honor, we just believe that it's not right. The state does not intend to ask Mr. Murphy about this prior police officer. However, depending upon how defense counsel cross-examines either Investigator Gaither, Investigator Dennis regarding the investigation of Dexter Montgomery, it may become relevant. And so at this point, the state does not intend to ask Mr. Murphy about this other police officer, but depending upon how the case continues to develop, specifically when Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis takes a stand, then it may. And so the state is not going to concede that we're going to redact it, but what the state will say is that we don't plan on questioning Mr. Murphy about this other officer.
All right, Mr. Sharp, anything?
And then I'll address the other question for the court.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir.
So regarding Jay, here's the problem. In my motion, I was very vague. I said a police officer. I did that out of respect because I don't like to just accuse people in public filings. Okay, I'm aware of who this officer is. There's a specific officer that not only is Mr. Murphy asked about, but other witnesses are asked about. There are specific officers not involved in this case, internal affairs officers that come in and speak to witnesses about this officer. I don't see the necessity to add another mini trial to this trial about this officer, but should the state want to go there, the state in their discovery has provided none of these internal affair documents about this alleged crooked officer who's on the take. It very well could be Brady material. I think it is Brady material. We have received no reports about anything with this officer. And, you know, I was willing to just leave it alone. And I think I speak for the rest of the counsel on this case, defense counsel, that we were going to leave it alone. But if the state is going to make an issue out of this officer, then they need to give us the complete file of the investigation of this officer. I may have misspoke yesterday. I believe the officer's still an APD officer. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was fired. I don't know. And I know his name, but I just don't want to say it publicly because it wouldn't be fair to him to just be an accuser without knowing the facts.
How long is this statement? I mean, this particular part of the video at Jay?
I would say 8 minutes. There's a longer, it comes up again with the witness KC. There's a whole separate, and I'll say interrogation, information gathering session with KC about the same officer. So it comes up with another witnesses as well.
Is this officer going to testify in this case, Ms. Hilton?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
And Your Honor, okay.
He's not going to testify. And if you're not going to ask Mr. Murphy about, I mean, I don't see how it'd be relevant anyways if he's not involved or he's not, or he has no discussions or he's not involved in the investigation.
So
okay.
he is involved in the investigation, Your Honor. So he was the responding detective in this Dexter Montgomery case. However, as that case developed, officers learned of some things that this officer was doing in relation to assisting members of YSL. And so at that point, they took the investigation from that officer and the gang unit then took over that investigation. And so specifically as it relates to Dexter Montgomery, he was the initial investigative officer. Once the case got turned over to the gang unit continued the rest of the investigation. Additionally, in some conversations with members of YSL, they talk about this officer's relationship with members of YSL, as if some of them went to school together, some of them grew up in the same housing development together. And so this individual, we believe, was providing information, internal APD information to members of YSL.
And just to push back a little bit for the record, the interviews that I saw were not about this officer providing information to members or alleged members of what is being referred to as YSL. It was about providing information to other individuals. It just came up in this investigation. So, you know, I know that we're in the public sphere. I'm pushing back on the narrative that information was being shared to anyone in this courtroom. which is part of the reason why it's not relevant.
Right, that would be it would be relevant if we go into that line of questioning. Right now, as it relates to this witness, the state does not intend to get into that line of questioning. So, again, that's the case. With this witness, I don't know how the case will develop, whether or not this particular line of question regarding this officer is going to become relevant later on, which is why at this juncture, we believe it's premature, because we don't know. What I can say for sure is that I do not intend to talk about this officer with Mr.
Well,
Was there,
yeah.
pause a second.
Mhm.
Was there an internal affairs investigation?
We know that we believe the FBI was called in once they learned of this. I do not know if there was an internal affairs investigation, but we can certainly find out.
Was the officer terminated or disciplined?
We know he no longer works for the department. We do not know if that was a voluntarily or if he was terminated.
I tend to agree with Mr. Sharp that you may have a Brady issue. I mean, in terms of what he said, what he may have said or done. So I think you probably should inquire that file and see if it needs to be turned over. Now, whether or not you decide to go into it, because here's the thing, that regardless of whether or not you decide to call him or not, that motivation may be relevant or be to the matter at hand.
Yes, Your Honor, we can surely begin the process of trying to obtain that internal file, getting it turned over.
All right, so I'm gonna say right now, I based upon you all's statements to the court, that you're not gonna get into that. I'll revisit it if that's the case, but at a minimum, you do need to turn over that internal affairs document. I mean, whatever's available. And if you need my assistance in doing that, or if there's there may be some other issues related to that, but that if we have to have a hearing on that issue, certainly so. But another reason, Mr. Sharp, we probably should have done this a year ago. See what I'm saying?
Yes, John.
Okay, all right. All right. What else?
I can go back to the court's initial question regarding A, B, and C.
Okay.
In your honor, I'm going to sit down. A, B, and C, quite frankly, Mr. Steele, Attorney Steele, reminded me that he also raised these issues in motion in limine number 46. So that touched in paragraph 5, which talked about these same issues, and it affects, quite honestly, it affects probably his client more than mine. So I'm going to yield to Attorney Steele regarding A, B, and C.
All right. Madam, so what's the state's argument as to A, B, and C? Are you going to what evidence, if any, or what basis do you believe these statements would be admissible? Let's start out with A.
Sure, and
That's at 3130.
and Your Honor, I think,
Murphy claims his life's in jeopardy.
Your Honor, I think that it would be important. It'd be good for the court to hear the statement so you can understand, so you can hear them for yourselves.
I want to know the legal basis. First.
So there's no actual threat. So the cases that Mr. Steele cited to the court are cases of actual threats. We have not claimed that Mr. Murphy said that any of these defendants made an actual threat or a family member made an actual threat. What Mr. Murphy has done is talked about his feelings towards testifying and what he believes could happen based upon his feelings, which is proper under 24-6-622, Your Honor, which is the state of a witness's feelings toward the parties and the witness's relationships to the parties may always be proved for the consideration of the jury. And then you have to look at a 403 analysis, Your Honor. So the cases in which Mr. Steele cites are cases of actual threats in which these actual threats were offered to show consciousness of guilt. That is not the state's intentions here. The state's intentions, if this line of questioning occurs, is to talk about why he was concerned about speaking to the police generally. And what he says is, even me being here is concerning. Even me being here could get me killed. So he never said that Mr. Williams made a threat or that his father made a threat. What he said is, Mr. Williams Sr. saw me talking to you all, and that in and of itself could be an issue. Not that Mr. Williams Sr. threatened him, not that Mr. Williams Jr. threatened him, none of that. What he said was, me just talking to you here could be a reason that I can be harmed. And he was concerned, he was wavering on whether or not he should give a statement to the police. And he just repeated his concern about the fact that if he's talking to the police, he could be harmed. So the cases in which Mr. Steele cites, Kell v. State, Morrell v. State, Scott v. State, are all cases about actual threats. There are no actual threats here. And these cases cite to the proposition that these actual threats, the state in these cases elicited these actual threats to show consciousness of guilt. That is not the case here at all. And so based on 24-6-622, based upon 24-6-622, Your Honor, we believe that Mr. Murphy's feelings toward his gang, towards the fact that the perception he believes will happen if he is found to be snitching is relevant. It's a relevant discussion here, especially given the fact that now he's testifying, he's given some inconsistent statements. There's a reason behind that. And that's what he told the police in these interviews back in 2015, as well as 2016, Your Honor. And the cases that Mr. Steele cited as well were all cases about threats to testify at trial. In 2015, when he was speaking to the police, they weren't talking about testifying at trial. It was literally the fact of giving a statement to the police and his concern for doing so. But I do want to look at the case that Mr. Steele cited, Bryant v. State, which is 296 Georgia 456. And we're gonna look at page, it's at Penn site 459, which I guess in the printed out copy is on page 3 of 5. And what the court said in this case is that the defendant, who was Bryant, complained that his lawyer failed to object to Foster, who was a witness, testimony that he was threatened about testifying in this case, and that as a result, he was placed in protective custody. He said the testimony, Bryant says, amounts to improper character evidence because it was not established that the threat was connected to Bryant or made with his authorization. The court said, we have said, however, that the trial court has discretion to admit evidence of a threat to a witness that is not shown to be connected to the defendant if the evidence is relevant to explain the witness's reluctant conduct on the witness stand or his prior inconsistent statements. In this case, the evidence of the threat against Foster shed light on his initial reluctance to speak with police, to give his full name, and to make a statement. In this regard, the state argued only that Foster was afraid to talk to police, not that the threat was connected to Bryant and was circumstantial evidence of his guilt. Again, Your Honor, here there was an actual threat. We're not even saying that there was a threat. All we're saying is that he talked about his concern about what could happen if he talked to police, not about testifying, not about anything else. So for that reason, Your Honor, we believe that A, B, and C actually all fall into this same category, Your Honor. It is Mr. Murphy's repeated statements that he is concerned that if he is to talk to the police, he would be harmed, not any actual threats. So we believe, Your Honor, that defense Stillwell's motion should be denied as to A, B, and C, as they are relevant, and they're not character evidence of any, and it's not improper character evidence. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And if I can add one more.
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, this is the 2008 case, but still good law. It says the defendant's character is not placed in evidence in the sense that doing so is prescribed, where the evidence offered for another purpose may tend to incidentally do so. In general, the state of a witness's feelings toward the parties and, in that case, her relationship to them may always be proved for the consideration of the jury. And that is in Burrell, Burrell, v. State, 293, Georgia Appeals, 540, and that's at Penn site 541 and 542.
All right, Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
So, Your Honor, I gave you, I gave everyone, Bryant, B-R-Y-A-N-T versus State. It's 296 Georgia, 456, 2015 case. It was actually tried under the old evidence code. If you look at footnote 1, it was tried in 2009. But it seems like the cases like Ural, which was tried in 2019, used and cited to Kell, et cetera. So I'm assuming that these are still good cases. If they're not, I'm not trying to use old law, but that's how I read it. So what happens is I assume that the state has come off, and the court, I heard the court clearly, so I'm not going to argue anything that doesn't tie to Mr. Williams. So clearly all those other cases would not render it admissible because it's inappropriate character evidence that someone was threatened if it doesn't tie back to the accused. So I understand the state's not going down that road, so and I heard what the court said, so I'll
Yes.
abandon or endorse that argument, but not talk further. But in Division 2A of Bryant, as well as another case, and I apologize, Your Honor, I did not know the state was using this, but it's Canon. I don't have a good site, but it's C-A-N-N-O-N. I don't have Lexis in your courtroom. I can't get on.
Is it our Supreme Court or United?
Yes, and it's S as in Supreme, 10, like the year 2010, A as in Elisa or Alpha, 1055. So it's S10A 1055. And if you search that, it should come up with one case in Georgia, and it should be Cannon, C-A-N-N-O-N, and it's versus State. It's decided September 20th, 2010. I'm also presuming this is still good law under the same theory, and it's Division 4. And then I'd like to discuss both.
Okay, so let me let it come up. I think
It doesn't come up?
No, I'm waiting for it to.
Okay. Carlton, can you help with that? It's S10A 1005. Thanks. And if you could help the court with this, or all of us. Thanks. Yes.
You said 228 or 288? Thank you. Georgia.
225. Thank you.
Sure, I got the right Canon. When was it decided?
September 20th, 2010.
September 20th, 2010?
Correct.
All right, I have it.
And it's in Division 4. And it's going to go and coincide with Bryant versus State, which the court already has in 2015. And in Division 4.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. It's 288 Georgia 225. And Division 4. You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm in Division 4.
Okay. So if you read it, Your Honor, my position is that, and you may need to hear the statements, but Mr. Murphy gave a statement to police recorded on July 15, 2015, gives a statement to the police with his lawyer later that year in 2015, I believe in August, and gives a statement maybe 8 months later in February 2016 with his lawyer. There's no evidence, as in either Bryant or Cannon, except for the state's desire to get in this evidence, that anyone has changed their testimony, is testifying under duress, or fear has changed any prior statements. And that's what it takes to get it in. Otherwise, as in Cannon, they talk about even if it's error to admit it, it was harmless. And in Bryant, they being the highest court in our state, talks about, and I'm just quoting from Bryant, we have said, however, that the trial court has discretion to admit evidence of a threat to a witness that is not shown to be connected to the defendant if the evidence is relevant to explain the witness's reluctant conduct on the witness stand or his prior inconsistent statements. In this case, the evidence of the threat against Foster shed light on his initial reluctance to speak with the police, to give his full name, and to make a statement. In this regard, the state argued only that Foster was afraid to talk to the police, not that the threat was connected to Bryant and was circumstantial evidence of guilt. And therefore, Your Honor, it was okay to admit. Here, there's not a scintilla of argument or impression. You know, you are the gatekeeper, so you make the determination, but that Mr. Murphy has done anything to go back on his statement, go back on his plea agreement, not talk to the police, not want to, the fact that he made a statement that this could harm me is very detrimental to Mr. Williams. It's not only detrimental to Mr. Williams, I assume that's why Mr. Chart filed the motion. It's detrimental to everyone here because it gives this impression that there is duress or fear. But unless they could show it demonstratively, it should not come in. And that's the general rule. That's why I want to show you Cannon and Bryant. So that's my argument. And obviously it's generated by facts. So you are insulated because you're the only person on this earth who anybody's going to listen to on what are the facts, what is the demeanor. You know, no appellate court can, I guess if it's clearly erroneous, but that's pretty much a non-event because that would have to be no evidence. So my point to you is I don't see how that statement, it's very prejudicial under 403, which I know Ms. Hilton acknowledged, which obviously the courts always acknowledge. It's very prejudicial to everybody, but Mr. Williams, I'm just talking about. And then to put his father in there, that his father sees something so that could get him killed, that is directly goes to consciousness of guilt, which is not allowed. So that's my point. Now, if Mr. Murphy changes his, if you find, Your Honor, that Mr. Murphy changes his demeanor, I don't remember saying that. That never happened. Much like the witness before him, I can't remember the name right now.
Mr.
Yes,
White.
you know, he said this. I never did that. Mr. Atkins is the one whose car it was. I mean, it was. You know, I'm not trying to insult anybody, but it seemed like that was a bizarre conversation to have. But my position is the fact that Mr. Murphy said that was in his mind should not come into this trial because it's very prejudicial. That's my argument.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, again, I think a lot of this is premature. Mr. Murphy is only on day one of his testimony. And so I don't know what the future holds with what Mr. Murphy is going to testify to. The state, as his testimony develops, will determine whether or not we need to go into that line of inquiry. If Mr. Murphy gets in here and says everything he said to Detective Gaither and during the proffer, then we might not have to go through that line of questioning. However, if he does not, then we believe that this would be a ripe area to go into as to why he is changing his testimony and why there's a prior inconsistent statement. So again, Your Honor, we don't intend to just ask him at this time, are you in fear? Because he may come in here and testify to everything he said, but if he doesn't, then we do think this would be a ripe area for inquiry. And if we're ready to go down that road, we can surely stop, approach the court and let the court know that we're getting ready to go down that line of questioning.
Okay. Here's what I'm inclined to do at this point. I'll acknowledge that the statements under Bryant and Cannon have to be looked at in consideration along with 24-6-622 and with a 403 analysis. So I'll defer ruling on it until such time as the evidence is presented. I'd ask that the state stop or the defense insert so I could go ahead and reconsider depending upon what Mr. Murphy testifies to. At this point in time, like I said, I'll defer ruling on A, B, and C. So at this point, is there any other things I need to take up? Or what about this other statement at 1:40 on August the 18th of 2015?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to act any conclusory statements. So the state does not, we will agree that that portion at 142, which I believe Detective Gaither said something to the effect of YSL killed Donovan Thomas. We will take that out.
Is that going to be edited out of our?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll edit that out if we
All
need
right.
to play it. And I
Okay.
think there was one more, which was K, which was the August 18th, 2015 statement with Investigator Dennis and Mr. Murphy opining about Dennis's theory.
Is that the one at 132:45?
132:45, yes.
All right, where both the investigators, Dennis and Murphy, opine about investigator Dennis's theory about occupants of the bus, gunfire, could easily mistake a Camaro for a Corvette.
Your Honor, and yes, and just a synopsis of how that conversation happens. Dennis asked Mr. Murphy, because Mr. Murphy was present, this is right before the Little Wayne bus shooting occurs, who had a Corvette? And Mr. Murphy responds, no one had a Corvette. They did have someone had a Camaro. And then they then go into a discussion about whether or not someone could mistake the Corvette for a Camaro, especially under gunfire. Especially if people are in a bus and there's gunfire, could one mistake a Corvette for a Camaro? And Mr. Murphy says, yeah, someone could, given anyone shooting, you could mistake a lot of things. And that's the synopsis of that, Your Honor. I don't believe that there is any reason why that can't come in. That's just a dialogue.
It's speculation, though.
Well, no, Mr. Murphy knows that it's a Camaro. Mr. Murphy knows that it was a Camaro and not a Corvette, but that the look of a Camaro.
How does he? Well, it's in
because he was there.
Okay, but it's Dennis and Murphy's statements.
Right. So they're having.
They're asking your witness to speculate.
No, the witness is Murphy. Murphy is present. So Murphy knows that it's a Camaro. And what Murphy is saying is you can mistake a Camaro for a Corvette.
Gin it up and let me hear it.
Okay.
Well, that's hot. Like when you looked at it, you instantly was like, oh, that's, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Anything else?
Let me see it. No, I just want to be clear. When they came back to Blue Ivory, when they met you and Dolly and said Blue Ivory, who all was in the car? That was actually in the car? The truck? They just pulled up, and they would kill Bobo, Shannon, and Boo. Kill Bobo, Shannon, and Boo. Boo would drive. I think Kill got out, Shannon got out and ran in. I was like, Chad Dog gonna come on, we came out. Got back in the car, Big Drake went to the studio. Was the, was the Camaro with them? Yeah. Who was in the Camaro? Roscoe, Tifo, and I think True was in there too. which I think Troop got out and got back in his car. Now Troop got in his, they had changed cars at the studio too. Troop was still in there. What kind of car did the Troop drive? It was some kind of drop car like that. Okay, it was around. What Troop look like? Skinny, but he complexion, with dreads, long with shoe long. He just long, like he be having wrapped up, like right here, wrapped up.
Who was in a Corvette that night? Was somebody in a Corvette?
Nah, they probably mistaken that Camaro for a Corvette because it's so juiced up and body kit, you know this shit.
So it would be easy for
Somebody to mistake that for a Corvette, yeah. Yeah.
So if I was on a bus or if I was driving on the highway at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I could easily mistake a Corvette and a Camaro.
I mean you the type of guy that no car, but if you're not the type of guy that no car, then you
Bullets flying at you, and you duck and try to hide.
nah, if bullets flying at you, it's gonna be hard to recognize anything because you got no car. I don't care who you is. You don't want to get hit, so you ain't really looking.
Well, after this question, and we can kind of wrap it up.
And that's it, that's it.
All right. It's a weight sufficiency issue. It's not really, I mean, the jury's gonna take it in context of what is being said, so.
So, Judge, I just want to be clear. I'm not arguing that Mr. Murphy can't say what he saw or allegedly saw at Club Compound, and who he saw in certain cars or who he saw in certain cars at Blue Ivory. My issue is when they start having conversations about how easy it is to mistake a Corvette for a Camaro, and then hypotheticals about, well, what if you were on a bus getting shot at? Could you mistake a Corvette for a Camaro? That's really the province of the jury, and that's really an argument that the state can make in closing. But they're not experts. Mr. Murphy's not an expert car dealer, nor is investigator Dennis, and they are going way beyond lay testimony.
I didn't hear anything about a hypothetical. Is that?
Well, yeah, he said, well, what if, he says to Mr. Murphy, well, what if you were on a bus and there's shots being fired? Could you mistake? Mr. Murphy wasn't on a bus. All this is.
I see what you're saying.
So I don't have any problem with him testifying to facts that he saw or he claims he saw, but when it gets into that back and forth, that just seems very improper.
All right. Say anything further?
One, when you listen to it, the conversation it was about whether or not you could mistake this type of car for this type of car. And you don't have to be an expert to determine that. And what Mr. Murphy says is because of all the lights on it, one could. If he has familiarity with cars and knows cars, I think he said something like that. Like if you know cars, you probably won't mistake it. But if you don't know cars, then you could mistake it. Secondly, Your Honor, this is a case in which the defendant in this case, Mr. Jimmy Winfrey, pled to it. So this is a case that the jury isn't going to have to opine to determine whether or not this occurred or didn't occur. This is a case that has been proven. Well, at least Mr. Winfrey pled to it. And so, Your Honor, based on that, this we believe is a weight issue that it doesn't have any bearing on what the jury would have to determine. They can determine whether or not they believe it was a Corvette, a Camaro, or not at all. But Your Honor, we don't think there's anything that needs to be redacted. Again, I don't intend on asking Mr. Murphy, do you know if the people in the bus thought it was a Corvette or a Camaro? Because he can't answer that. But if this statement comes in, because again, this is all if this statement comes in, because the statement might not come in at all, that this isn't something that needs to be redacted as inadmissible, Your Honor.
Was he going to testify about the occupants of the vehicle and what they're driving or what cars they're in?
He will testify as to his knowledge of who came to Club Compound and in what vehicles, yes. Well, we're gonna ask him that question. I don't know what he's gonna testify to, but we will be asking him that question with the good faith basis that he's previously been an answer.
All right. What about the speculation of the car or what type of car that they're in? I mean, I'm saying that some of those statements are admissible, but some of them probably aren't.
Well, the investigation around it led to the fact that it was a Camaro. So again, in this investigation, and that's going to come out, that they did determine it was a white Camaro, and they found the white Camaro as a part of the investigation. So there's no determination whether or not it's a Corvette or a Camaro. We know it was a Camaro because that car was found as a part of that investigation.
I think the part that we're not
It's the
I think the part that we're not articulating well to Your Honor, the context is the occupants of the bus initially stated, at least one or two of the occupants, that there was a Corvette following them. So that was the initial report. And the state is saying that Jimmy Winfrey was in a Camaro and they found this Camaro. And it is true that Jimmy Winfrey entered some sort of plea, but all that's fine, but that still doesn't allow two people on a tape to start speculating about what other people, how they could mistake Corvettes for Camaros. All that is just argument. And, you know, they're saying, well, we have it all figured out. It's plain as day. Well, then why even include that argument in their case if it's that clear?
So I'm gonna ask you to take it out. So there's just a lot of speculation at that. So I agree with you. You can ask about the cars and everything else, but just take out that particular issue, that the colloquy with them speculating about shooting and could easily mistaken the Camaro for a Corvette. So let's take that out. All right, anything else?
Nothing from the station.
All right, we're still waiting on a juror, so.
I think, did we discuss the Attorney Harvey issue?
We did.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing from the station.
Anything else on behalf of any other council?
Not on behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right. Madam, you may.
May I, Your Honor?
No.
Please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
We're in recess. Till I hear, get an update on our juror. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, I understand we had some delays, but you're all here. That's all that matters. So we're going to continue with the presentation of this case. Mr. Murphy, morning, and sir, on the road. Okay? All right. Go ahead, madam.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Murphy.
Good morning.
All right. So yesterday we talked about a few things. I want to go back over a few things. We talked about an individual by name of Christian McMillan or McMahon. You remember that? What was your relationship like with him?
We grew up together. We were kids. I knew his family. He knew my family. We both stayed in the projects. The 2 down projects. Both our mom got Section 8. Moved. He stayed inside, and I stayed on the other side, but we still see each other at school and stuff. So.
And what school did y'all go together? Go to?
Crawford Law before I got expelled.
And are you aware at all of the knowledge of the relationship between Mr. Miller and Mr. Williams?
I think we started like being cool when I was in prison.
Okay.
I mean, I know they knew each other, but I ain't see them together or know they were together till I think got out of prison.
So when y'all were younger, y'all never hung out together?
Me and McMahon?
You, McMahon, and Mr. Williams?
No, not like simultaneously. No.
Okay. Now, yesterday, we talked about some names that you called Mr. Williams. And you told me you called him Little Jeff. And I think the other name was Prune. Is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever call him in 2012 and 2013, reference him by the thug?
I might have said it, but I ain't definitely like we on a daily basis.
Okay. When you were interviewed back in 2015 and 2016, during the course of those interviews, what did you reference? What did you refer to him as if they asked you questions during those interviews?
I can't even, I know I had an interview in 2015, but like far as like what was said and all that, I don't really remember that. I've been through a lot, like, and I know when I did those interviews, at that point, like, I would have lied, cut my arm off to get back to my son.
Okay. Do you recall never really calling him Little Jeff at all in those interviews, and you only called him Thug throughout those entire interviews?
I don't recall. What did I call? Nobody in the interview. I know I had the interview though.
Now, we talked about yesterday when you were a part of the group Red Cartel. Is that a yes?
Yes.
And when you're a part of Red Cartel, that you joined Red Cartel initially for music.
Yes.
Right. And during that time, when you joined Red Cartel for music, was Mr. Williams doing music as well?
I don't think me and him was like really hanging around that time. If I recall, I don't think we was. I knew him, but we weren't like every day then.
But were you aware if he was doing music at all at that time? When you were with Red Cartel?
I can't remember. It's been a long time ago, man. He been doing music a long time though.
Let's go back to around 2012 when you said YSL was formed.
Yes.
If you were already a part of Red Cartel, which was a music group, why was there a need to form YSL to do music?
So, a lot of the guys I was in Red Cartel, we had like went to prison or like moved on with their life like gay rapper. In between that time, I had like gay rapper too. I had to find a way to pay bills. I was my mama's oldest son, and we kept getting put out, lights off.
You said you had to find a way to pay bills?
Yes.
And what way did you find to pay bills?
The streets.
What do you mean?
Any means in the streets. I didn't have a job, so if I had to take it, if I had to do whatever, I had to get it. I was my mama's oldest son. I was the only man in the house.
And when you say you had to take it, what do you mean?
Robbing.
Now, I know we talked about YSL. What does YSL stand for?
It had a couple different meanings.
Okay. What were they?
Young slime life, young successful life, young successful lifestyle. Couple different meanings.
What came first?
So when we made it, I don't remember like which one we decided first, but I know it came from the YSL like clothing brand.
So between were you calling yourself Young Slime Life before Young Successful Life, or were you calling yourself Young Successful Life then Young Slime Life?
I can't remember which one was first. I think when we was thinking about the names, like both of those was an option, and then like both of them just stuck.
What does slime mean?
It means a lot of things. I from my recollection, I first heard it in rap before we even came up with YSL.
You first heard who rap?
I heard it in rap, like rap songs, rap lyrics.
So what did it mean when you heard it in a rap song?
I think it meant like different. From my understanding, I thought it meant different meanings, like brother, my partner, my blood, you know.
When you all created Young Slime Life, what did you all want or define it or want it to mean?
I think like my brother.
So why did you call yourself Young Brother Life?
That don't even sound like that. It's not appealing to the industry. That one, young brother like that one.
So you said that it was multiple meanings. So one meaning was brother. What were some of the other meanings behind slime?
Some of the other meanings behind slime. My brother, my blood. Like when I say blood, though, I mean like my blood, like thick like blood.
All right, so we have brother, blood, what else?
We weren't really saying it back then, but like my twin, they saying that now. That's popular now. Like my twin.
So was slime only to reference the relationship between you and the other individuals?
Yeah, like it was thick, like Nathan Cabrera type. It was like I don't really know the word, but it's supposed to mean like unity.
Now, yesterday, we talked a little bit about sex, money, murder. Do you remember?
Yes.
When it came to the formation of YSL, were you YSL before you were claiming SMM, or were you SMM before claiming YSL?
You asked me to think about it a long time ago. I think I was claiming SMM before. I'm calling myself SMM before.
Is that what your answer is?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall giving a proper statement back in February of 2016 here in the courthouse?
Yes.
All right. And you remember that it was a prosecutor with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, your attorney, as well as investigator Dennis at that property. Do you remember that?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall them asking you about YSL and SMM?
I don't remember like specifically what they said, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the questions they asked me, like a series of questions.
And in that proffer, you said that it was YSL before blood, and then YSL became SMM. You remember that?
I don't remember saying that, but I told you at that point I would have said anything to get back to my son.
Okay. Was YSL supposed to be an Atlanta set of sex, money, murder?
No.
Was there any decision by you, Slug, Little Jeff, about not going under or being a part of the sex, money, murder structure?
I don't think it was like assessment. I think it was like being blood, period. I recall something like that though, like a conversation like that. At the same time, we was coming up with all of it.
And when you say you recall a conversation like that,
I think I was one of the ones who was saying we needed it because I had already been calling myself blood. And I knew like it was other big rappers that was calling themselves blood that made it easily.
so you wanted to be under the SMM structure.
The blood structure, I felt like that would have brought my like publicity or whatever.
Now, I think yesterday, right when we left off, we were talking about whether or not YSL members had to assist with payment of bond or putting money on people's commissary. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know. Yes, I remember talking about that.
Did members of YSL have to assist with payments of bond or putting money on people's commissary?
I think I answered that yesterday. I told you like it wouldn't have been like mandatory or nothing like that, but
Do you recall in that same proper statement that you made here in February of 2016, telling both investigator Dennis, investigator Gaither, and the prosecutor that as a member of YSL, you made money however you could get it, that you, if you had to rob, you had to steal, whatever you had to do, and whatever you got in proceeds, you had to give about $150 to a red box or put in a red box to assist with any other member who may have be in prison or who may need money.
Basis.
Your Honor, it's a,
Whole rule objection, okay?
do you remember saying that?
no, I don't. But I told you at that point. You said February?
February 2016.
My son was born in August, and she was 8 months pregnant when I got locked up. So I would have said anything to get back to him at that point.
Your son's born August of 2015 or August of 2016?
2015, August 16.
During that proper agreement or proper conversation, were you just given information about the crime for which you were arrested for? Were you given information about that?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. During your proper agreement, were you given information about the crime in which you were arrested?
That I committed, yeah.
And were you given other information about YSL, the gang?
I don't remember doing that, but I told you at that point I would have cut my arm off. I would have lied to anybody to get back home.
And why would that particular lie about what YSL did as far as money help you get home?
I don't know. I don't remember. I just probably was saying it, thinking it'd help me get back home. I don't know.
So are you saying that did not occur when you were part of the
I don't remember it. I know I had an interview though. They asked me a series of questions. I don't remember the questions.
Let me ask
And I don't remember my answers to the questions.
Let me ask a better question. Are you saying today now that you did not have to give $150 to put into this red box?
I never did that.
You never did that. Did other people do that?
Not by my knowledge.
So why would you say that during that interview?
Trying to make it.
I see the objection.
Now, YSL, were there any particular colors that was associated with YSL?
I mean, it wasn't really associated, but the color of slime was already green and we was calling ourselves Young Slime Light, so it was just like, Posters, we'll make it green or something like that.
Was there any,
Shirts, if it had YSL on it, would probably be green or something.
was there any other color?
Not to my knowledge.
I'm gonna show you what's already been admitted as 160. Do you remember that from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to turn to page 2. And I want you to go to number 6. Excuse me. Number 4, which says defendants acknowledge. Does it say defendants acknowledgements when you look at number 4?
Yes.
And then 4, it says, does it say all statements below are truthful?
Yes.
I want you to go down to number 6. Did you initial number 6?
Yes.
And what does number 6 say?
Some of the identifiers of YSL are
Okay, what does it say at A?
wearing green or red bandana.
Now I want you to also go down to number 7. Did you initial number 7?
Yes.
What does it say?
Some colors of YSL are red for blood and green for slime.
Okay. So was there another color outside of green that YSL used?
Yeah, but that was on the only colors though. I mean, you can wear any color.
But specifically for YSL, based upon what you acknowledged in here, is red a color that was symbolic for YSL?
Yes.
As well as green.
Yes.
When you founded YSL, did you have particular hand signs that you all used?
Yes.
What were they? You can show the jury.
It was just 3 fingers.
Is that the only one you had?
Yes, to my knowledge.
I want you to go to page 3 of your factual acknowledgement. And do you see number 8 at the top of the page?
Yes.
Did you initial number 8?
Yes.
Okay. And what does number 8 say?
YSL used several hand signs, some of which are wiping the nose with the index finger, curling the ring and pinky finger inward towards the palm while extending the index and thumb with the middle finger slightly curved.
So for B, is that the symbol that you just threw up?
Yes.
Okay. So then A, is that symbol that you all use?
Yeah, but it was like a hand sign. It was like a hand and face sign.
Okay, so you consider that a hand face sign.
Yeah.
Can you demonstrate that hand and face sign for the jury?
It's just like wipe your nose.
Okay. Do you do it like what you just did, or do you do something else?
You just wipe your nose.
Okay, so you do both this, which is like grabbing it together and then wiping it with one finger?
No, just one.
Just one finger?
Yeah.
Okay. Did some members wear clothing articles symbolic of YSL?
Get some. You mean like the designer or?
No, not the designer. Well, did people wear YSL the designer back in 2012 and 2013?
Yeah, it's a popular brand.
Okay. What about shirts that just talk about YSL, not the designer, not Yves Saint Laurent, but YSL Young Slime Life?
Yeah, we promoted the with shirts that said YSL.
Before there was a record label where you had shirts that claimed YSL on there.
I ain't really sure what year it became like a real record label, but yeah,
Okay. So you're saying before it became a record label, y'all wearing shirts that had
Yes.
YSL? Did some individual wear jewelry that had YSL or slime?
yes,
Black.
yes.
Is there any, right there. Yesterday we talked about black. You remember us having a
Mm-hmm.
conversation about black? Outside of black, was there any other language that members of YSL would use?
Like slack or slime?
Okay. Anything else?
Not to my knowledge, that was it, I think.
Members of YSL, what would they refer to Cleveland? What would they say about Cleveland Avenue?
What would they say about Cleveland?
Let me ask you a better question. Did everyone always call Cleveland Avenue Cleveland Avenue?
He had a lot of different names, but no.
What were some of the other names in which some people would reference Cleveland Avenue?
Bleeding, that was one of them. I can't remember the other ones, but I remember.
And why would Cleveland Avenue be called Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know, you had to ask about who Cleveland.
Did you ever call Cleveland Avenue Cleveland Avenue?
Yes,
Why did you call it Cleveland
because
Avenue?
I heard everybody else doing it.
Did you ever ask why we are calling Cleveland Avenue Cleveland Avenue?
No, you don't ask questions like that.
Why not?
You just don't. Well, I didn't.
Now, you talked about your Twitter account in 2012, 2013, 2014. Were you on any other social media?
Yeah, I think I did have like an Instagram. I probably had a Facebook. I probably had all that back then.
And did other members of YSL have social media?
Yeah, everybody had social media.
On social media, were there particular emojis that members of YSL would use? Or in text messaging?
Yeah.
What were some of those emojis?
A green heart, green snake.
Are you looking at your acknowledgement to see the other ones you acknowledged?
No.
Okay. Thinking about others?
No, just
Okay. Looking at State Exhibit 1CC, page 3, were there other emojis that you acknowledged were some of the symbols that YSL used?
yes.
What are they?
It say sea blowing nose and green vomit emoji.
Okay. And you said it says that. Did you initial and acknowledge that those are some of the symbols that YSL used?
Yes.
Now, I want you to take a look around the room. And besides Jeffrey Williams, can you please identify other members of YSL?
It's a lot of people. I just know 2 other people. I don't know all the other boys.
Okay, who are the 2 other people that you know in this room that are members of YSL?
I know Shannon.
And when you say if you can identify who you're talking about by article of clothing that he's wearing.
He got on a gray vest.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that Mr. Murphy identified Mr. Kendrick.
Yes, yeah.
And you said that was Shannon?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What is Shannon wearing?
I can't really see his clothing, but he's sitting next to the dude in the back with the blue
Record reflects so.
Thank you. And are those the only two individuals that you know in this room?
Other than LaJelle?
Yeah, other than Mr.
Yeah.
Williams. Okay. Now I'm gonna ask you about a few other people. Do you know if an individual by the name of Khalif Adams, also known as Bobby Hunt, is a member of YSL?
Bobby Hunt?
Yes, do you know that name?
I met him in Rush Street like a minute ago.
To your knowledge, was he a member of YSL?
I don't know. He from the West Side. I don't know.
What about Martinez Arnold, also known as Duke?
Yeah, Duke was an artist on the label too. He's a rapper.
Was he a part of the gang YSL as well?
I mean, yeah.
Have you heard of an individual, Durante BB, also known as B or B?
No,
Okay. What about Damone Blaylock, also known as Bolly?
no,
Javorce Bradford, also known as Tuda?
no,
Justin Cobb, also known as Duop?
no,
Cordarius Dorsey, also known as Polo or also known as Juicy?
no,
Christian Eppinger, also known as Briss?
no.
What about Miles Farley, also known as Slaughter or Little Miles?
I remember him from like a long. I know his daddy.
Do you know him?
No, not like cordial. No,
We say not quarter. Do you know him to be a member of YSL?
no. When I remember him, he was in school.
Were you all in school at the same time?
No, he probably 10 years younger than me or something like that.
He's much younger than you.
Yeah.
What about Devon Fleetwood, also known as Fortune, also known as
No,
Demekion Garlington, also known as D or also known as Scarface?
yeah, I know Scarface.
Okay. Do you know him to be a member of YSL?
I don't know. He from the West Side too. I don't think he was YSL. I think he was
Objection, Your Honor, cause of speculation.
A standing objection, or form of the question.
Do you know if he was a part of another group?
I think he was with McCannaville. I don't really know if he was with nobody else.
What about Quantavious Greer, also known as Uncle?
I know his family.
How's his family?
I grew up with him.
And is he related to anyone? Is he related to Williams?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
Overruled.
How is he related to Mr. Williams?
That's his brother.
Was Unfunk a part of YSL?
Umfung was in prison when we came up with what I said. I don't see how that would coincide.
When he got out of prison, do you know if he was a part of YSL?
I was in prison when he got out of prison.
Okay, so your paths didn't cross on the street.
Until you put me in Rush Street with him.
Okay. Marquavius Huey, do you know that name? Or Quay?
No,
Talked about Gotti. What about Sergio Kitchens, also known as Gunna?
no, never met him in my life.
What about Rudy Lee, also known as Slime Shorty?
Never met him till you put me in Rush Street with him.
What about Miles Mullen, also known as Nard?
Yeah, I know not.
Okay, is Nard YSL?
Yeah,
What about Tanquarius Mender, also known as Nard, or also known as Stunner?
no, I don't know that person.
You don't know him?
No,
What about Jaden Myrick, also known as Set Trip, and also known as J-Man?
never heard of him.
Quarmavius Nichols, also known as Quay.
No, you just already asked me that person, didn't you?
No, I asked you about Marquavius Huey. You said no to him. And Quarmavius Nichols, is that
No,
him?
I don't know.
What about Rodalius Ryan or Little Ride?
No,
Antonio Sledge, or aka Moonton?
yeah, I know.
And is he YSL?
Yeah,
And we talked about Trante Stevens. He's YSL. Well, he's the founder with it.
I already answered that.
What about Antonio Sumlin Obama, also known as Obama?
No, I think he was in prison when I was on the street, and then when he came home, I heard him though, like I know of him, but we never crossed paths.
You know of him being part of YSL?
No.
And then what about Jimmy Winfrey, also known as Roscoe or Pee Wee Roscoe?
Yeah, I know Roscoe.
And it's Roscoe Weiser.
See, that's where it get tricky. I don't know if he was like I just know him from working with the label. I don't know nothing about him being in the streets.
Okay. Now, what about Kelvin Treadwell, also known as OG Bentley?
I remember that name. Yeah, that's the older dude from the neighborhood.
You said you only remember his name. Do you know who he is?
I had to think about it. He an older dude from the neighborhood.
Okay. So do you only know him as an older dude from the neighborhood?
I'm around him, bro. Like, I went to the club with him, kicked it with him.
And is he part of YSL?
I think he another person who I think worked for the label for like a slight second.
Prior to a label being formed, was he a part of YSL?
No,
What about Kenneth Copeland, also known as Little Woody?
I heard of him, but we never like hung out on him.
Are you saying you've never been around Kenneth Copeland?
In the club.
Okay. Is he YSL?
Um,
What about Darius Ford, AKA Big? Do you know him?
no, I don't know that person.
We already talked about Christian McMiller. Outside of Jeffrey Williams and Trontavia Stevens, with any of the other individuals that you've identified as being part of YSL, do you have any close relationship with them?
No.
I'm going to show you. You have permission to approach?
You may, madam.
Thank you, Madam. Mr. Murphy, I'm showing you what's already been marked as Exhibit 6, Charlie. Tell me if you recognize individuals within 6 Charlie.
Yes.
And how do you recognize the people in 6 Charlie?
What you mean? How do I recognize them? Like,
How do you know them?
from being around them.
And is that a fair, accurate depiction of the individuals that you know within that picture?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 6, Charlie into evidence.
Any objection, state 6 Charlie?
Same thing with the words, I was told that you were redacted, once that's true, I have no problem with the change.
And Mr. Still, you want to look at it?
All right, 6 Charlie, as redacted is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now, looking at 6 Charlie, can you, I know you don't like the stick, but I'm gonna need you to either use the stick. Tell me, who are the people in that picture?
I don't know who that is in the back. But
Which in the back? This person here?
yeah, I don't know who that is, but that's me in the green, and then that two And then a white shirt, that Dolly.
Right here is Dolly.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Do you know who that other young lady is to the back?
I think, yeah, that door.
Okay. And is that the same Dolly and Dora that we talked about yesterday? Mr. Williams' sisters.
That I grew up with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now we'll also show you Mr. Murphy what's already been admitted as 18U. Do you see yourself inside of 18U, Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you depicted in that picture?
At the bottom, left.
And do you know anyone else in that picture?
I know two other people.
Who are the two other people that you know in that picture?
That boat right there, and then that
Okay.
that's boat, yeah.
Where? Who's Buck?
To my right, I think.
Which
Yeah.
one? Right
To the
here?
right, yeah.
Okay.
And then that tick, the white shirt on, yeah.
Right here.
Uh-huh.
And is this that same individual that you didn't know from yesterday?
I
They
don't,
look
I
like the
don't
same
know, I
person?
don't know, I don't even remember him. He was like younger than me.
Okay. Right. I will also show you 18U. Now, Mr. Murphy, you just said that you didn't know the individual I pointed to who were in a couple of the pictures yesterday. How do you know he's younger than you?
I don't remember him like that. I remember him just being younger than me. I seen him around though.
Okay, so you know who he is, but you just don't, you never had a conversation.
Yeah, I
with him.
never really was cordial with him. I ain't never.
Okay, so you know him, but you didn't have a relationship or a
Yeah.
friendship with him. All right. Now, I'm going to play was already been admitted as exhibit 18U.
Mm-hmm.
YSL won't fold. Pick his ass off from the balcony, one piece of the house and chain clothes. YSL wipe a nigga nose. We don't give a damn if it's indoors or outdoor. We gotta have that. Honestly, truth be told.
Now, is that you holding the camera?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, where are y'all at in this picture?
I don't even remember where we was at.
Okay.
I remember we promoting that song though.
Is that tick to the behind you?
Yes.
Now, if you pan to the other side, do you see the individual little dear Quindarius Zachary also in this video as well?
The one who was in that other picture?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was Mr. Williams in that picture?
Yeah.
And you don't recall, is this off of Cleveland Avenue?
I
in
don't
a clean
know.
neighborhood.
I don't know.
Now, we talked about a number of different names of individuals, whether or not they are YSL. How did you determine if those people were in YSL? Because initially it started off as you, Mondo, Slug, and Mr. Williams, right?
Mhm.
But there are a number of different names that we just talked about. How did Shannon become a part of YSL?
I just remember him from being at the studio rapping with us. So, I mean, that's how I even met him at the studio. And at the club promoting.
What about Nard? How did he become part of YSL?
The same, promoting, being with us.
So if you promoted, was that the way to automatically become a part of YSL?
In my, yeah.
Now, in his song, is it EU or you? This is the video that just played. What was the song title? What was the song title?
I can't remember. It's a lot of songs.
It talked about wipe a nigga nose. What did that mean?
It's called Ill Ill.
It's called Ill Ill.
Yeah,
Okay.
I had to think about it.
In there's a verse about wipe a nigga nose. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
Since it's a long pause, I'll object to speculate what someone else's thought or lyric.
I stand the objection.
What was your understanding of what wipe a nigga nose meant?
Right, when you wipe your nose.
In
I
that,
stand as the form. You can lay a little more foundation.
sure. In that video, were you rapping that song?
Yes.
Okay. And rapping the lyrics to that song, what was your understanding of what you were rapping?
I just wrote a lot of songs. I like music. If I like the beat and the lyrics, then I just rap it. I don't really think about what it means.
Right. Mr. Murphy, you have tattoos on your body?
Yes,
Okay.
a lot.
A lot.
That I regret.
You regret?
Mm-hmm.
All right. About how many tattoos do you have?
I don't know. I ain't never counted.
So we're gonna talk about a few of them, okay?
Okay.
All right. In the front of your face, do you have a tattoo with the letters DK?
Yes.
And when did you get that tattoo?
Boy, I cannot remember.
Was that one of your first tattoos?
I don't even remember my first tattoo. I've been had it though. I can't find a picture or nothing. My mama don't even got a picture with me without it.
Okay. So about how old were you, do you think, when you got the tattoo?
No, I started getting tattoos in middle school.
And why did you get DK tattooed on you?
That's my name.
Why did you choose that placement in the middle of your forehead for DK?
Because I wanted to be a rapper and I seen rappers doing it.
Is there any reason why the K is backwards?
No, I just wanted to be different.
You also have YSL tattooed on you?
Yes.
How many YSL tattoos do you have on you? Is it just one?
You mean like the letter?
Yeah, the letter YSL.
Yeah, I think I can't really think about it. I got a lot of tattoos, but I know this one right here on my face though.
Okay. Do you have slime or anything else like that tattooed on you?
I got a snake on my face.
Okay.
And slat on my face.
You have slat and the snake on your face.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when you got your YSL tattoo?
I was in, I don't know. I think I was in Rush Street when I first got it, but I think I got it redone when I got out there.
Okay. Why did you get a YSL tattoo on your face?
No reason. I wanted to be a rapper, and that was the rap route then, so I put it on my face.
And What about slat? Where's slat at on your face?
I think it's on one of these sides right by my ear.
Do you mind if I approach you?
Yeah.
See where it is?
It ain't right there? Oh,
It is. It's in
It's
front
on-
of the snake.
Yeah,
Okay.
or behind that one, whichever.
Behind. Why'd you get slat tattooed on your face?
The same reasons. There was like, I don't know how to put it, but that was like our motto for like the group. So that was like one of the things we said.
And we said, was that the meaning of slime love all the time?
Yes.
And then what about snake? Why'd you get the snake on your face?
Originally, that's supposed to have been like the logo. So it would be like a Y, a snake, and then an L, like for like shirts and stuff like that.
And what color is the snake on your face?
It's green.
Do you have successful tattooed on you at all?
No, I got a lot of tattoos. I don't remember getting one though.
And do you have successful tattooed on your face?
No.
Permission to approach? Permission to approach?
You may, ma'am.
I'm sure he was gonna mark this. Stacy did the two Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize this as the two Charlie Charlie?
Yes,
And how do you recognize this as the two Charlie Charlie?
that's me.
And is that your Instagram handle?
It was.
It was your
Yeah.
Instagram handle. Okay. And is there a fair accurate picture of a picture that was on your Instagram handle back when you had an Instagram handle?
Yes.
Your Honor, this I'm saying like Tender State's exhibit two Charlie Charlie.
Any objection to states two Charlie Charlie? All right, states two Charlie Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, looking at Stacey Exhibit 2 Charlie Charlie, back in July of 2014, when this Instagram post was posted, what was your Instagram handle?
YSL
And what is the caption that you have on the bottom of this picture?
YSL for life.
And again, is this you with the YSL tattoo on your face?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you also have a tattoo Haiti on your face?
Yes.
What was the significance of that tattoo Haiti on your face?
That's little Jeff's daughter name.
Okay. So did you tattoo that in honor of his daughter?
Yes.
Do you recall when you got that tattoo?
No, man.
Do you recall, I don't think I actually, if I did, please forgive me, when you got the snake and the slat tattoo on your face?
I don't recall when I got it, but I've been had it for a long time. Though.
Let me ask you, which came, did you get all three of those tattoos at the same time? The YSL, the slat, and the snake? Is that a no?
No.
Which one came first? The
YSL was first.
You remember which is the second, the snake or the slap?
I don't remember.
Your Honor, approach to approach. With a member of defense.
All right, all rise. Be seated.
All right, Ms. Fulton, you may continue with the examination.
So my last question on your tattoos, particularly YSL, the slat and snake. Why did you choose to get it on your face versus another part of your body?
I wanted to be a rapper. When I was getting them, that was popular what rappers was doing, putting tattoos in their face.
What was popular, what rappers were doing?
Putting tattoos in their face.
As a founding member of YSL, and I'm talking about when it evolved into the gang, what was your role in YSL?
I was just rapping. I didn't have a role like a.
So when you said it evolved into a gang, what's your distinction between a rap group and the gang?
I don't understand that question.
Sure.
Can you dumb it down?
In the plea agreement on page 2, section 4A1, it says that YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, began as a neighborhood group that evolved into a gang. So if it changed from a group to a gang, what was that distinction? What was that change?
I think. So you asking me like my part in it? That's what you asked me?
What was it? Why did it become? Why was it a group first, and how did it become a gang?
I think it became a gang when I got committed for the crimes I did,
Okay, so
and
what?
I stopped rapping and started back robbing and being in the streets.
Okay, were you the only person committing crimes in YSL that were part of YSL?
I don't know what nobody else was doing.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to look at page 3. And number 11.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll wait for it to scroll down. Can you read what it says?
Members of and associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of YSL, and these crimes included, but are not limited to the following: murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, robbery, theft, illegal drug possession, illegal firearm possession.
Okay, and then I want to go to page 4. And I want you to read number 12.
I have personal knowledge that members and or associates of YSL participated in or contributed to YSL by committing at least one of the acts listed in 4A.
Okay. It says 4A12, but listed in what was before. So again, outside of you, are you aware of other YSL members who were committing crimes?
I mean, they was locked up around the same time I was locked up. So
Okay, so who was that?
a lot of us got locked up in 2015. It was like majority of all of us got locked up in 2015.
Now, what crime did you commit as a part of YSL?
I have a series of charges. I can't really remember. Like
Well, some of them.
attempted murder, armed robbery, aggravated assault, the ones that's listed.
How many convictions do you have?
I'm not sure. I had a lot of convictions.
Have you been convicted with any other YSL member for the crimes?
Yeah, no,
And what was that for?
attempted murder.
Do you know a person by the name of Arshelian Bennett?
Yeah, I ain't remember her.
When,
I ain't remember her real name, but you made me remember who she was though.
when was that? When did I make you
When we
remember?
talked that time, I don't remember the date.
How do you know her? How do you know her?
I grew up with her.
What do you call her?
Shay.
And you said you grew up with her. Where did y'all grow up at?
Cleveland Avenue area. She used to watch my firstborn daughter.
How close in age are you and Shay?
I ain't really sure. I know she was out of school before me, so she older than me. I don't like exact number.
And you said she used to watch your oldest daughter. How back then? About how old was your daughter when she was watching her?
I can't remember what age she was. She was a kid though, like a little baby.
What year was your oldest daughter born?
2008 or 9, I don't know. I think 8. Whenever I was 17, she was born. Yeah.
So when you were 17, so
I think 2008, right?
2008.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know her to be a member of gang?
I mean, she used to wear like red and stuff, but I don't know if she was like a real blood or not.
You said you know her as Shay. Did you know her as anything else?
I don't know. I'll call her number Shay.
Do you remember when we met telling me that her name, she also went by LV?
I probably did say that. I don't remember that though. I remember like solely calling her Shay.
You said that she would babysit you for 2008. I'm sorry. In 2008, when your baby was a newborn, is that when she would watch your daughter?
No, she was like already. She had probably been like 1 or 2.
So we're talking about 2009 and 2010.
Like around that time.
How long did she watch your daughter? Like, was it years? Was it months?
I ain't really sure. She wasn't like me. She ain't watching for me. She watching for my baby mama. So I don't know for how long it went on. But I remember picking my daughter up from her a couple times.
So Shay had a relationship with your child's mother, not with you.
Mm-hmm.
But
I knew her though. We was cool too. It wasn't like we were in a relationship or nothing like that, but we was cool.
You and Shay were cool.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Would you all hang out with each other?
Nah, that would be kind of weird. My baby mama wouldn't approve of that.
God bless you. You said that you would pick her up from Shay's house. At the time, you can recall, where was Shay living when you picked your child up?
In the same apartment I want to stay in on Cleveland.
Was that the only location in which you would pick the child up from Shay's house?
Yes.
The apartment off of Cleveland?
Yes.
Did you ever know an individual by the name of Micah Anderson?
That player, yeah, I know. I knew him.
And you said that's Player?
Yeah.
Is that his nickname?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you know Micah Anderson?
That's
Player, as you call him.
That's Shay old man.
When you say Shay's old man, what do you mean for the jury? What do you mean?
That's her boyfriend. I think they got a kid too. I ain't sure.
Do you know, if she was watching your daughter in about 2009, 2010, do you know at that time how long her and Micah Anderson had been dating?
Nah, I ain't know him then. They weren't together then. No, that ain't accurate.
So he was an average, he was not Micah Anderson, to your knowledge. That's a no? Do you know when she met with or got with Micah Anderson?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, do you know if Shay and Micah ever stayed in the same location together?
Yeah, they had an apartment together.
Do you know where that apartment was?
I don't really, it was like, I think it was in zone 3 though, but I don't know, like, remember where exactly it was at though.
Why do you think it was in zone 3?
Cause it wasn't that far. Like, I ain't had to get on the expressway to get there.
Why would you have gone to her house?
I was hanging with him.
Okay. And to be clear, this is not the house on Cleveland Avenue where you were picking your daughter up.
No.
This is a different location.
Yeah.
Now, if we know that she was watching your daughter in 2009 and 2010, about how old was your daughter when you were hanging out with, were you hanging out with both Shay and Player or just Shay and Player?
I was hanging with Player. Why would I hang with his lady? That ain't.
So you never hung with Shay? Okay. When you were hanging out with Player, about how old was your daughter?
I can't recall how old she was then.
But is it fair to say it was after 2010?
Yeah.
How did you meet Player?
I think in the studio, if I can recall. I might be wrong. It might be the club or something like that. It was out though.
Was Player in a gang?
He claimed blood. I don't know if he was like a real blood or not though.
And outside of Player, did he have any other nicknames?
Yeah.
What's that?
King Slime.
When you reference him, did you reference him as Player or King Slime?
If I talk to him, I would say Player, but if we did his name was on, I would have put King Slime.
How often would you hang out with Player?
I said the studio. If I had to call him, get some lean or something from him.
To get some weed?
Some lean.
Lean?
Lean. Yeah.
He sell lean?
Yeah.
Were you aware if he sold anything else?
No.
No, he did not?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. When you said you would hang with him at the studio, about how often would you hang with him at the studio?
Whenever he stopped by. Or whenever I call him for Celine.
So whenever he would stop by the studio? Is that a yes?
Yes.
How often were you at the studio?
I can't recall. I went to the studio, a lot of different studios.
And would he just randomly be at all the studios that you would go to? Or was it one particular studio?
I mean, he was a rapper too, so he might have a room in the same building or something like that. Or he might just call and be like, where you at? I'm like, I'm at the yo, and he'll pull up.
When you went to go purchase lean from him, where would you go to go purchase the lean?
Wherever he was at.
Did you ever go to his home to purchase lean?
Yeah.
And is that same you just get on the highway and go to?
I said I didn't have to get on the highway.
If there was a landmark, was there any familiar landmarks around where Player was living, when you would go to go get lean or to hang with him?
I can't really remember. I don't even think about stuff like that. I know some apartments.
Back when you would go get lean with Player or from Player at his apartment, would you ever go with anyone else?
I would go wherever he was at, not just at his apartment.
Specifically at his apartment, I'm gonna talk about his apartment. Would you ever go to his apartment with anyone else?
If somebody else was in the car with me, then yeah, but I wouldn't just take nobody to his house like this.
Have you ever hung out with Player and Mr. Williams?
Yeah,
Where would y'all hang out at?
the studio, the club, same places.
How often would y'all go to the club together?
Whenever we go clubbing, if we in the same vicinity or we together before the club, we'll go to the club, but I can't remember how often.
In 2013, were y'all going to the club daily, weekly, monthly, approximately? How often were y'all going to?
I don't know. I wouldn't recall. I know I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke. I'd be on some other stuff, but I wouldn't go to the club if I was broke, so.
Have you ever been to Player's home? And let me back up. Was Player living with Shay back in this time frame that we're talking about, at the apartment that you could get to without getting on the highway?
Yeah, it was a couple people living there.
It was a couple people. Who else besides Player and Shay were living at that apartment?
I think it was like his cousin or something. Might have been her cousin. It was a dude. And her kids.
How many kids did she have at the time?
I think she had like 3 on. I can't recall how many. It was kids in there though.
Have you ever been to her home, to their home in May of 2013?
I can't recall that.
Did you ever go to her home with you, Mr. Williams, and one of Mr. Williams' brothers?
His brothers?
Yes.
No, not one of his brothers. All his brothers way older than us. They don't hang with us.
Have you ever been to his home with her home with you, Mr. Williams, and any other person?
Yeah, Player.
Outside of Player.
No.
Have you, Mr. Williams, ever been to their home together?
I just answered that with Player.
Have you ever been to the home when Player was not there?
No, that would be kind of weird.
Have you ever gone to Shay's house without Player and an individual put a gun to the back of her head?
No.
What about you, Rob, taking her belongings to be cash, a baby book bag, Beats by Dre headphones, and her weapon and her gun?
No.
What about shooting her gun at or in her direction while she was holding her baby?
I did a lot of stuff. I ain't never did that with nobody I grew up with or nothing like that. Especially not no female.
To your knowledge, I know you said that play, you get lead from play. To your knowledge, did Shay sell drugs?
Not to my knowledge, but I mean, like, I never seen her sell drugs.
Did you and Shay ever have any beef with each other?
I don't beef with women.
Did you and her ever get into any arguments or fights?
I don't hit women. I never had domestic violence or ever.
Did you ever have any beef or disagreement with play?
No.
Did you ever try to steal any heroin from Shay?
Heroin?
Heroin.
I did a lot of those. I ain't never did heroin.
Never did heroin.
I don't even know how they look.
Have you ever been to Shay's house with you, Buck, and Mr. Williams?
Yeah, I think that accurate with player.
With Player?
Yeah.
And Player was present when you all were there?
Yes.
Did you ever sit down and smoke weed with Shay and Player wasn't there? Just you, Mr. Williams, and Buck?
I didn't even know she smoked weed.
Did you ever steal heroin, or did Buck ever steal heroin in your presence from Shay with you and Mr. Williams present?
But my friend, but he a thief. He stole a lot. So.
Have you ever saw?
He stole from a lot of people we went around. A lot of girls we had around.
Specifically, asked about heroin.
I ain't never seen no heroin. I don't recall it.
Have you ever stolen heroin from Shay and called her and offered to return the heroin back to her?
I ain't never gave nothing I took from nobody back. I ain't never gave nothing back I took.
Never gave anything back. And speaking about that, you said you would rob people. Who would you rob?
Huh?
Say it again.
You said, I'm asking you to say that again.
Sure. Who would you rob? Like, would you rob the old ladies on the street corner?
Never robbed a lady.
Okay. Who would you rob?
People who got money.
How did you determine they were people who had money?
I would have to see it.
So is somebody just flashing money, you would say, I need to go get it?
Yeah, that probably would be the case.
Now, when you were doing the robberies, was that primarily in that Cleveland Avenue area, all over the city of Atlanta? Where would you rob?
It wasn't a particular area. If I knew I needed the money and my mama needed the money, go find it.
Did you try to target any particular type of people that you would have money?
No.
Did you ever rob drug dealers?
I got locked up for robbing a drug dealer. So.
Okay. So did you ever rob a drug dealer?
Yeah.
Now, you said you never had any beef with Shay, you never had any beef with Player. Do you personally know any reason why she would make up a story about you? Excellent. If he has any personal knowledge.
I will the objection.
I have no personal knowledge. I know what I heard, but I don't got no personal knowledge.
All right. You just talked about being charged with or locked up robbing a drug dealer. Was that one time, multiple times? How many times have you been locked up or charged with robbing a drug dealer?
Once. I think. Yeah, once.
And do you recall what year you took that plea?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Got permission to publish?
You
I mean, not publish, permission to
approach?
approach. Mr. Murphy, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17, Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17, Charlie Charlie?
It's in my name. I know what this is. It's like yeah, it's like a spreadsheet of like my charges and stuff.
And on 17 Charlie Charlie, is there an indictment number?
I don't know what this is.
What's the criminal action?
Oh, okay, that's a criminal action number. Now.
What is it?
13 SC 12 20 87.
Okay. And flipping through State Exhibit 17 Charlie, I just want you to look at it. Look and see if you recognize the charges within State Exhibit 17 Charlie Charlie. And yeah, first let's talk about the charges.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, you recognize the charges?
Yeah, I don't think I got convicted of all them charges. Though. I was charged with them. Though.
And did you plead to that case regarding the drug dealer that you robbed? Is that case?
Yes.
Is that case?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, this time say like the tender State's Exhibit 17 Charlie Charlie as a self-authenticating document of indictment 13 SC 122087.
Any objection to state 17 Charlie Charlie?
On behalf of Mr. Williams.
All right, it's admitted.
Okay. Looking at State's Exhibit 17 Charlie Charlie on the first page, can you tell what charge you actually pled to?
Yeah, it's 3 of them.
Okay, what are the charges?
Aggravated assault with a weapon, possession of a firearm, doing commission of a felony, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon.
And do you remember the circumstances upon which this case happened? Do you remember the facts of the case?
What that mean?
What happened?
I don't recall all that. That was like a long time ago, and I got shot that day.
Okay.
Twice.
You got shot twice. Where did you get shot at?
In my main artery, in one of my thighs. I can't remember. I think it's the left thigh and my right heel on my foot.
How'd you get shot?
I just remember waking up shot.
Okay.
I ain't gonna lie.
Do you remember what started that day before you got shot?
I was real high. I don't remember what started it.
Okay. What do you remember about that day before you got shot?
I remember before I got shot. I don't remember that day before I got shot. I just remember waking up, like, in the hospital bed.
Do you remember what happened at all? Do you remember being in the car that day?
No.
Do you remember shooting that day?
No.
Do you remember being in the car that went airborne and hitting a wall.
No, I heard about it though.
Do you remember there was anyone with you that day before you got shot?
I don't really remember who. Before I got shot,
Before you got shot.
I remember. I think I remember being with Buck before I got shot.
Where were you at? Where were you with Buck before you got shot?
I think we was at Buck's house. I think.
Was that the only person's house you were at that day?
As far as I remember, that was a long time ago. I've been in a car wreck since then. Fractured my spinal cord. Had to go to surgery. I've been through a lot.
Do you know someone by the name of Adrian B? Or B?
Yeah, I know, B.
Do you recall being with him on the day that you got shot?
I don't remember though, but I heard I was with him.
You heard you were with him, but you don't remember being with him.
No, I don't remember. Not on that day. I remember like hanging with him.
How did you hear that you were with him?
People told me that. They like, bro, you and Bean wrecked the car and robbed somebody. When I woke up, I don't remember like what happened though.
How many times have you been shot?
All together,
Yes.
4.
So we know that this incident back in 2013, you were shot in your leg. What were the other 3 times that you were shot?
You said where on my body?
No, what were the other times? We know in 2013, you were shot.
Yeah, and then I don't remember what year, but my mama house got shot up and I got hit twice.
Is this when you were younger? Like, when you
Yeah,
lived
this
in
was
Gilbert Apartment, or when you lived off Cleveland?
this was after I had my second daughter, I think.
And when did you have your second daughter?
I don't know. I know my daughters.
God bless you.
My daughters is 11 months apart, so
And you said your first one was in 2008, so we're talking about around 2009.
yeah.
Now, did you, your mom's house got shot up in 2009, or that's just when you had your daughter?
I had just had her. She was like a newborn, so yeah.
And you got shot while your mom's house got shot up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when was the third time you were shot?
No, I got shot. I got hit twice then too.
Okay. So when you say you've been shot 4 times, do you mean
2 different occasions.
2 different occasions being shot twice at both times? Right. Do you remember after being shot on this occasion in 2013, waking up in Grady Hospital?
I've been to Grady so many times, man.
Okay. I'm talking about after you
They
got
saved
shot.
my life a lot of times.
Grady Hospital. After getting shot in your leg twice, after this incident in 2013, you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall waking up at Grady Hospital?
I done woke up after surgery, being put to sleep, anesthesia, other drug medicated. Like I remember waking up a lot of times at Grady. I don't remember that time though.
But you said you've only been shot on 2 occasions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? And recently you said, when I woke up, people told me what happened. When you woke up, where were you?
At Grady.
Okay, so you were at Grady Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
When you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you recall speaking to police?
No, I recall speaking to my mama and my siblings.
Back in 2013, when this incident occurred, do you recall being in a car with Frederick Prothro or Big Fred?
People told me that.
Do you being also in a car with Jeffrey Williams?
No,
Did anyone tell you that?
no.
Okay. But they told you about Prothro.
Yes.
Now, do you remember back in 2009 the circumstances as to why your mom's house got shot? Do you know why your mom's house got shot up?
It was a drive-by, huh?
Was your mother's home the target?
No,
I sustain the objection.
Do you remember shooting at anyone on this day when you got shot?
No.
Do you remember anybody telling?
Apologize, Your Honor, I asked which date that you think.
Okay,
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Rephrase, please.
yes. Back in 2013, when you woke up at Grady Hospital, do you remember shooting at anyone while prior to going to Grady Hospital being shot?
No, I don't remember nothing when I woke up.
Do you recall anyone telling you that you did shoot somebody?
Objection calls for hearsay.
I sustain the objection.
So your testimony today, you don't remember anything that happened.
Recapping testimony.
I sustain the objection.
You remember nothing of that day before you got shot.
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
No, I don't.
Bean, how long did you know Adrian Bean?
I can't really remember how long I know him. He older than me though, so
How much older than you?
I don't know. He old though.
Did you ever hang at his spot on Macon Drive?
I always thought that was Buck spot.
Is him and Buck cool?
Yeah, that's more Buck friend than mine.
He's more Buck friend than yours.
Mhm.
How often would you go to Bean's house on Macon? Or what you thought was Buck's house on
Yeah,
Macon?
to either pick up Buck or talk to Buck.
Is it about 12:30?
Almost, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it being almost 12:30 at this point in time, I'm gonna suggest that we break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you a little bit longer of a lunch hour today as the court has some unrelated business that we take up. It's my concern, it's part of my duties as a chief judge. So I'm going to allow you to have lunch and if you could come back for, I would say 1:50 or thereabouts. Just make sure you're in your headquarters by that time. We'll go ahead and get started somewhere between 1:50 and 2 p.m. Bless you. And bless you. And then we're going to work today till probably a little before 4 o'clock. And then that's going to be the extent of our duty day for today. Okay. And at such time, I'm going to talk with you a little bit about just for planning purposes, some of your administrative days, so you can go ahead and put those on your calendar from now through the end of June, okay? I'm gonna try and do that for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember the admonitions. I'm gonna go ahead and recess you for lunch. We'll see you back around 1:50, and we'll get started somewhere between 1:50 and 2 o'clock, okay? All right, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Murphy, I'm going to release you for lunch. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. We'll see you back at 1:50 as well, okay? All right, thank you, sir. All right, councilors, we'll be in recess and I'll see you all back for 1:50, okay? All right, we're in recess. So you may continue.
When you were shot, when you were shot, when your mother's house was shot up, what were you doing before the house got shot up?
I was standing in the house.
Do you remember what else happened that day?
No.
No. Now, when we left off, we were talking about Adrian Bean. You said you had been to the house, you know, it was Buckbuck's house, but where Adrian's spot on Macon Drive.
Yes.
What type of spot was it?
It was a spot.
When you say a spot, what do you mean?
Like a house.
Did it happen at a house? Guys, people sleeping?
Parties.
Okay. Were they after hour parties or what kind of parties?
It was just parties. I don't remember what hour it was.
Okay. Did anything else happen at the house?
They sold food. I remember that.
Had you ever been in a car or driven with Adrian Bean?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Sure. Have you ever been in a car with Adrian Bean?
I don't remember being in no car with him.
You don't remember being in a car with him. Frederick Prothro, do you know who he is?
Yeah.
What did you call him Frederick Prothro?
Fred.
Okay. Did you call him anything else?
Just Fred.
Okay. And how long did you know Mr. Prothro?
Not long. I just heard about him, and then he had got out of jail.
Was he older or younger than you?
Older.
How much older? Do you remember?
I don't know his age, but he was older than me.
Had you ever been in a car with him?
No.
No. Now, you talked about the fact that you would rob people. When did you start robbing people? At what age?
I can't remember what age I was.
Have you been caught for every robbery you've done?
Don't answer that. Rephrase that.
Your Honor, we would, anytime use of immunity,
Huh? I'm sorry?
anything we pass the statute of limitation, we would give it a use of immunity. Your Honor.
I don't care. Just don't, he's not gonna answer that question.
Okay.
You can rephrase the question, but not gonna answer that question.
The robberies that you've done, have you committed them with other YSL members?
I already answered that. The one that I got caught with, the one I went to prison for.
Was that a robbery that you went to prison
That was a
for?
crime.
I'm talking specifically about robberies.
Ask the question again.
Sure. With the robberies that you have you committed any robberies with any other YSL members?
No.
Have you ever committed robberies with other people?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person by the name of Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I heard that name before.
Okay, how have you heard of that name?
This trial, this case.
Okay, prior to this case, had you heard of his name?
That name, no.
Okay, what name do you know of?
Nut.
Okay, and is that what you called him?
Yeah.
How do you know Nut?
from being out, club and stuff.
Did you have a relationship with Nut?
I wouldn't say it was a relationship. We knew each other though. He had a relationship with my kid's mother.
What type of relationship he had with your child's mother?
I think they were from the same neighborhood.
Is this the same child's mother who's friends with Shay?
Yeah.
And did Shay grow up with your child's mom in that same neighborhood? Do you know?
I don't know. They were the same neighborhood.
To your knowledge, was Big Nut, or Nut as you called him, associated or affiliated with any gangs?
I just seen him at the club and stuff.
Okay. So is your
I never hung with him, so I don't know what he would call himself.
Is your answer that you don't know what he is?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you recall having an interview with Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis at the Atlanta Police Department in August of 2016?
Yeah, I recall the interview.
Okay. And do you recall during that interview when they asked you about Nut, you told them that Nut was the head of If Gang?
I would have said anything to get back home.
Would there be any reason why telling the police that Nut was the head of If Gang would get you out of jail?
That's probably something I heard from somebody else.
Okay. But back in August 2016, you told the detectives that he was a part of If Gang.
I don't remember saying that.
Are you aware of his death in January of 2015?
Yeah, he did.
All right. Where were you back in January of 2015?
At Grady Hospital.
Why were you at Grady Hospital?
A fractured spinal cord.
How did you get your fractured spinal cord?
Car accident.
Do you remember when the car accident was?
Not the exact day, but it was early January.
It was in early January. How long were you in Grady with your cracked spine?
I don't remember how long I was in there.
You don't remember how long?
No, I remember I seen that on the TV, though, on the news.
So you saw his murder on the news while you were in the hospital?
I saw his pictures. They say he did. I ain't never seen nobody get murdered.
I can't hear you.
I never seen nobody get murdered. I seen them say he got murdered and his picture on the news.
Okay. And you said you don't remember when you came out of the hospital in 2015.
No, I don't. I don't remember the exact day.
Do you remember the month?
It was that same month.
So you got out of the hospital that same month in January 2015?
Yeah.
Back in 2015, were you aware of any beef or disagreement between If Gang and YSL?
If I was, it was something I heard. I ain't like witness no beef or nothing like that going on.
Okay. Do you recall that same interview in August? I think I may have said 2016, but I mean 2015.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to try and do something, get something else?
You're right. Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't say that's what he heard in his interview, so I wanted to confront him with what he said.
All right,
Do you,
sir.
It's still hearsay.
But-
There's prior statements that were based on hearsay. It's still hearsay.
Your Honor,
Do you have any-
it's not based on hearsay because he didn't,
That's why he has no personal knowledge.
no, he said he doesn't recall.
Okay, well, ask him that, and then we'll see whether or not he does or not.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Thomas during the interview that there was beef, not that you heard about the streets, but that there was beef between If Gang and Slime and that we were beefing.
I don't
If
remember.
gang.
I don't remember saying it.
Okay.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
In August of 2015, did you tell Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that we, as in Slime, were beefing with If Gang?
I don't remember saying it.
Do you also remember saying in that same interview that
All right, come on up.
YSL members were on place because of the beef between If Gang and YSL?
I don't recall saying that. I don't recall what I said yesterday.
What does the term being on a plate mean? Have you heard that term before?
I think that mean like beef.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Two people that don't like each other.
And does it only have to be two people that don't like each other?
I ain't understand what you asking right there.
You said it was two people who don't like each other. Does it always have to be two individual people?
I don't know. I ain't make the definition of it. I ain't make the word.
Okay, but what's your understanding?
I
of
just
beef?
told you two people disagree on something.
And for you, it's only two individuals, like you and I beefing. It can't be two groups beefing.
I don't know. I don't understand what you asked me to say.
Now, I want to take you to April of 2015, specifically around April 26th of 2015. Were you present at the Compound nightclub with other members of YSL?
In April, I've been in the compound a couple times.
Were you present at the Compound with other YSL members when Lil Wayne was performing at the Compound?
Yes.
Who did you go to the club with?
I can't remember who I was there. It was a lot of us.
Okay, when you say a lot of us, name some of the people you were at the club with.
I can't remember. It was a lot of us though.
Do you remember anybody?
I just remember standing in the crowd.
Do you recall in that same interview in August of 2015 with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and Mr. Hudson, stating that you went to the club with Dolly, Dora, Buck, and you all arrived there in a Jeep together?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember saying that?
No.
And that also there was Shannon, they were all there at the Compound
I don't
together?
remember saying that. It was a lot of us though.
Do you recall in this interview saying that you had a gun when you went to the Compound nightclub?
I always kept a gun.
Okay. And did a police officer see you with a gun that night?
That same officer.
Was it Detective Dennis?
I don't know his name.
Do you remember what you did once he saw you with that gun?
I ran.
Okay. And what if anything did you do with the gun?
I left it right there.
Where did you leave it?
I know it went on me when I stopped running.
Do you recall where you left it?
No.
Do you recall in that interview in August 2016 saying that you had put the gun on the wheel of a car?
No.
Why did you all go to the Compound that evening?
I don't remember the same reason we go to a club any other night. The club.
Was that the only reason why you were going to the club?
To my knowledge.
Were you going to do anything in the club towards Lil Wayne that night when you all went to the club?
That man like the president. Man, how you gonna do something to Lil Wayne?
Okay. Do you recall in that August of 2015 interview stating that y'all want to go in and maybe boo at him or maybe create some type of havoc inside of the club while he was
No, I don't
performing?
recall saying that.
Once you took off running after the police saw you with the gun, what did you do?
I don't remember. I know I left though. I don't know if I called somebody or I paid somebody I just seen. I know I left the vicinity though.
Do you recall telling the detectives in that August interview that you got into another vehicle, not the vehicle that you all came in, and end up going to another club, I think the Blue Ivory?
I don't remember that. I thought I went home or with a female to a house or something. remember going back to no club. I was shook after that.
Do you also remember saying that after y'all left the club, you all went back to the studio?
No.
Do you recall seeing Shannon at the compound that evening?
No, I don't recall saying no. That was so long ago.
What about Roscoe? Do you recall seeing Roscoe at the compound that evening?
No,
Do you recall telling Detective Gates and Dennis that you saw both Roscoe and Shannon at the compound that evening? And that at some point Shannon got into Dolly's truck and they drove that truck and left the compound?
no, no. How could I see somebody leave if I already left?
When this particular incident occurred or day occurred at the compound, was Mr. Woods with you all at the compound?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Do you recall if you spoke to Mr. Williams that night at all while you were either at the compound or later on that evening at the compound?
What year you said it was?
In 2015, April of 2015.
I don't even think we were talking then.
Do you recall telling detectives that you spoke to Mr. Williams and he was upset with you because you had brought Dora and Dolly to the club that evening?
That sound all right. He was mad at me for doing a lot of stupid stuff back then.
Okay. But specifically, he was upset that evening because you had brought Dora and Dolly out there.
I don't remember that happening, but it sound about right.
Why do you keep a gun on you?
I don't keep a gun on me.
Back things that you always have a gun.
Oh, back then,
Yeah, sorry.
we gonna get.
Why did you always keep a gun on you then?
I just did it.
Why?
There was no particular reason. I just kept a gun on me to protect myself.
Was it because of the beef you were having with Ifgang?
I kept a gun before I even was what I said or heard of every game or anything like that.
Did you ever gain access into the compound club that night before taking off running before the police saw you? Did you ever get inside of the club that evening?
I don't recall getting inside the club. I just remember running, being tired from running.
At any point that evening, do you remember YSL members going near the tour bus of Lil Wayne?
I ain't even seen no tour.
Now I want to take you to April 12th of 2015, excuse me. Did you I think earlier we talked about you pleading to participate in criminal street gang and attempted murder. Do you recall doing that and going to prison?
Yes.
Privilege to approach, Your Honor. Sure, what's the mark, Stacey, Charlie? Do you see your name on Stacey, 18 Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see an indictment number on there?
Yes.
What's that indictment number?
15S.
Sure, you can speak up.
Hold on. You don't speak up, please.
Yes. What's that indictment number?
15 SC 138234.
And,
It's 18 Charlie, Mr. Harper.
and looking at that front page, does it show the crimes of which you were convicted of?
Yeah.
And are those the crimes for which you went to prison for in 2016?
Yes.
You're right, this time state like the 10 or 60 of 18 Charlie as a self-authenticating document. Is that?
Any objection to 18 Charlie? Last page, I'll let that on. You know, back to last page?
Yes.
All right, 18 Charlie is admitted without objection.
And Mr. Murphy, looking at this certified copy of the conviction, what were you convicted of?
Participating in criminal street gang, aggravated battery, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, possession of a firearm during commission of a felony, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
And you were convicted of participation in criminal street gang activity. What gang were you a part of?
Blood.
Was it YSL?
I don't know, that's a good question. I don't know.
You don't recall?
They didn't ask me that when I pleaded guilty. They didn't ask me that when I pleaded guilty. I thought they were saying I was in blood.
Okay. Do you remember the facts that led up to that conviction?
No, that's what I'm looking over. I don't remember all that. I see the counts, but I don't really like record. Like, I don't remember. I see the counts on it though.
Okay, so you don't remember what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I think it like bits and pieces though. I can't. It was a long time ago.
Okay. What are the bits and pieces that you remember?
I remember like going to court for it and seeing the guy who got shot and all that. It was traumatizing.
So you say you only remember what happened after you got arrested?
Like as of right now, yeah.
So is it your testimony today that you don't remember anything that happened on the evening of April 12th, 2015?
Like bits and pieces. I just said that.
Okay, what are the bits and pieces that you remember about what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I just remember like pulling up to the stove.
Okay.
What happened?
What store did you pull up to?
I can't remember the name of the store. It was a gas station though.
Do you remember where the gas station was?
No,
Do you remember what part of the gas station was?
no. I'm Cleveland Avenue.
It was off Cleveland. Did you go to the gas station with anyone?
Yeah,
Who?
me and Art.
Okay. And when you say Nard, who are you speaking of?
Art.
Does Nard have a real name?
I don't know his real name by heart though.
Okay. How long have you known Nard?
What you mean, like in 2015?
In 2015, how long has you known Nard?
Not long, probably about a year.
Only a year. Permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy's in the 23 Charlie. Do you recognize Stacy's exhibit? The person Stacy's in the 23 Charlie?
Yes,
Who's that?
and Art.
Is that the same Nard that you came to the store with back
Yes.
in April 12, 2015? That's the same person?
Yes.
You are, this time the state would like to admit State's exhibit 23 Charlie as an evidence.
Any objections to state's 23 Charlie? I say 23 Charlie.
Permission to publish, Your Honor? Now, we got. Now, when you got to the store with Nard, do you remember where you were prior to getting to the store?
I just remember we pulled up to the store.
Do you remember in the interview back in August of 2015 and in the proffer that you did in February of 2016, telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis, as well as Detective Gaither, Dennis, and a prosecutor, that before you got to the sit-go or before that you got to the gas station, you were at Hot Rod Spot off of Browns Mill Road?
I don't know if I'm saying that.
Do you recall telling the detectives that while you were at Hot Rod's house, it was you, Nard, Fanny, Detective Gaither, and Detective Dennis, as well as Detective Gaither, Dennis, and a prosecutor, that before you got to hear my voice, that initially, when in August of 2015, you said it was Nard, Fatty, and you were at Hot Rod's house prior to going to the gas station, and then February, you said that there might have been a J at the house as well before y'all left to go to the gas station.
I don't recall. I told I would say anything. I would have cut my arm off to get back to my son.
Okay. Now, do you remember what you were doing at Hot Rod's house prior to going to the gas station?
It's too far to be trying to remember.
Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, as well as the prosecutor, that while at Hot Rod's house, Fatty had came over in a new, I think you may have said a hot box, which was a stolen car, and y'all were talking at the house prior to you leaving to go to the gas station?
No, I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, and the prosecutor later on in February that while you were at the house, that Nard received a phone call and that Nard told you, threw you a chopper and told you, let's ride?
No, that sounds like a movie.
All right.
I told you I was high back then. I would have said anything.
Okay. Do you know what a chopper is?
A chopper?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different meanings for chopper. A helicopter, a motorcycle, a gun.
A gun that's a chopper. Do you know what type of gun that is?
Huh? It's a chopper.
Is it a small gun, a long gun, a short gun? What kind
They
of
got all
gun?
sizes of chopper.
Sorry.
They have all sizes.
Okay. Now, do you recall telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, that once NAR said let's ride, you all hopped in the white Dodge truck and drove to the Citgo gas station?
No.
And that Nard was driving, you were in the passenger seat, and Fatty was in the back seat?
No, I don't remember saying that.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis at the August 2015 interview, as well as in the proffer in the February interview, that while on the way to the station, that Nard was on the phone with someone?
No, I don't remember.
And that they were on, you all were on the way up to the gas station?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis asking you whether or not you asked why we were going or what we had to do? Do you recall saying
I
that?
don't call. They asked me a lot of stuff.
Do you recall telling them that Nard didn't say why you had to go? He just handed you a chopper. You assumed there was something going down. You thought you were going to get a catch, or thought you were going to hit a lick. That's what you thought was going to happen.
It sounded like me. I'm always was trying to get a lick by then.
You were always trying to get it. Okay. Now, do you recall telling Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis, when you got to the Citgo gas station, you all pulled up to the pump and you saw Bentley?
No, I don't recall saying that.
Who's Bentley?
An older cat from Cleveland.
And is it the same Bentley we talked about earlier who's a part of YSL?
Huh?
Is this the same Bentley we talked about earlier this morning who's a part of YSL?
I think I know more than one Bentley though.
Commissioner, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie?
Yes,
Who is that?
that Bentley.
Okay. Is that a Bentley that you knew back in 2015?
Yeah.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Bentley back when you back in 2015?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this how to say would like the tender State's Exhibit 24 Charlie Charlie into evidence?
Hey, Jason Stacy Charlie, 24 Charlie Charlie. On behalf of Mr. Williams. Stacy 24 Charlie Charlie.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. And is that who you call Bentley?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you recall, you said you were at the store. You remember being at the store. Do you remember what happened while you were at the store? Okay. Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that once you all got to the store, you pulled up to a gas pump, you got out of the passenger seat, Nard got out of the driver's seat, and when you got there, you immediately with your chopper ran to the car in which the individuals that you were going to deal with were, that you went immediately to that vehicle?
Oh God, son, that sounds like a movie too.
Do you recall then saying after you walked up to the vehicle, they rolled their windows down, the passenger side window down, and after they, God bless you, after they rolled the passenger side window down, you backed back from the car, and went back to the doorway of the gas station.
I don't confirm that.
Do you recall him showing you pictures in that interview of surveillance images from the Citgo gas station on April 12, 2015?
I think they showed in the interview.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor? I'm gonna first show you what's been marked as Exhibit 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie. I want you to take a moment and look at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie.
Okay.
Okay, looking at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie. One, do you see yourself in those images captured at 9 Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie?
Yes.
You say yes? Okay. Do you recall those being the pictures that were shown to you while you were being interviewed at the Atlanta Police Department in August of 2015?
I don't remember that.
Okay, but you also
Yeah. I remember.
do you see Bentley in those pictures?
And a couple of,
In a couple.
yeah.
Okay. Do you also see Nard in some of those pictures?
Yes.
All right. And those images appear to be or look like the store that you were in front of. Let me ask you this: is there a date on those pictures?
Yeah. 4/12/2015.
Okay. And I want you to look at your indictment. What is the date indicated in any of those counts in the indictment in which you pled guilty to?
4/12.
Of course.
2015.
Is that the same date as that's in those surveillance images?
Mhm.
Okay. And does that appear to be a fair and accurate image of what you look like on April 12th, 2015?
I don't know what I look like back then, but that's me in the picture.
But that's you in the picture. All right, you're right. This time the state would like to tender states exhibit 9 Charlie Charlie to 15 Charlie Charlie. And say,
Any objection to states 9 Charlie Charlie through Charlie? Nine Charlie Charlie through 15 Charlie Charlie are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
thank you, Your Honor. Now I'm also going to show you 20 Charlie Charlie, 21 Charlie Charlie, and 22 Charlie Charlie. First, I want to start with 22 Charlie Charlie. Do you see yourself in 22 Charlie Charlie?
Man, that picture's so blurry. You can't even tell who that is.
Okay. So let's look at 14 Charlie Charlie. Do you see yourself in 14 Charlie Charlie?
Yeah.
He said it was so, go ahead, repeat what your last answer was.
I don't even remember.
About 22 Charlie Charlie. What did you say?
Oh, it's so blurry. You can't even see who in there.
Did you hear him? Looking at 14 Charlie Charlie, do you see you?
This one. Yeah. Right there.
What are you wearing?
It looked like a blue coat.
It's like, does it look blue to you?
Mhm.
Okay. The image in 22 Charlie Charlie, can you tell what color coat that person is wearing?
It's so blurry, I can't see the color though. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me ask you, are you familiar with the image of what's contained within 22 Charlie Charlie?
No.
22 Charlie Charlie, what is the date on 22 Charlie Charlie?
April 12th, 2015.
And is there a timestamp on there? Charlie Charlie, can you tell what
21,
color code that
43,
person
50.
is? Do you?
21, 43, 50.
Hold on one second. Are you familiar? It looks like it's not. Okay. Do you know military time?
No, never been to the military.
Okay. On the published 14 Charlie Charlie. Looking at 14 Charlie Charlie, do you see where you are in 14 Charlie Charlie?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you?
Standing behind the door, the dude holding the door. Look like, you look like you holding the door. Yeah.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recognize anybody else in this picture?
I don't know none of them, but not right there.
Is this not right here?
Yeah.
Okay, but you don't know any of these other people?
Huh?
All right. Let's look at 15 Charlie Charlie. Do you recognize anyone who's in 15 Charlie Charlie?
That's the same people, right?
Is
Nah,
it,
that's Bentley right there. Look like, yeah.
that's Billy right here,
Yeah.
okay? What about, is that the individual, I'm sorry, for the record, in the white t-shirt?
Uh-huh.
Somebody some black and white Jordan?
Yes.
16 Charlie Charlie. And I'm sorry, stay on 15 real quick. Are you also still in this image as well?
Yes.
16 Charlie Charlie? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's the blue one.
13 Charlie Charlie. Who's that 13 Charlie Charlie?
They're not.
What does he have in his hand?
Again.
Would you call that a chopper?
Yeah, it looked like a chopper.
It looks like a chopper.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that look like the store that you went to on April 12th, 2015?
I don't remember how it looked, but I'm at the store right now.
Okay. Say that one more time.
I said I don't remember how it looked.
Okay. Now, at the store, do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that after you ran up to the other car, that you walked back to the door and you kind of motioned for Hot Rod and Bentley to come out of the store?
It looked like I was coming out the store with them.
Do you recall telling Detective Gaither that you kind of motioned, because they look scared, so you kind of motioned for them to come out the store as if They didn't have to be scared anymore because you were there.
No, I don't remember.
Do you remember what you did after you, do you remember leaving the store?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that once Bentley and Hot Rod got out the store, that you and Nard got back into the vehicle, Nard being the driver and you being the passenger? Don't remember if Fatty even got out the car, and that you all left, as well as Hot Rod and Bentley got in their car and y'all all left the gas station.
I do not remember.
See,
That was so long ago, I don't remember.
do you remember where it may have went after you left the gas station?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis, as well as the prosecutor in February of 2016, that after leaving the store, that you saw the guys in the blue car go down Jonesboro Road, and you all went down Browns Mill Road, and you end up seeing the blue car at a stop sign? You couldn't remember what the cross street was, but it was a cross street that crossed Browns Mill and Jonesboro Road.
Oh, I'm sorry, I would say anything.
But you did plead guilty to this crime that we're discussing.
Yeah.
Correct? Do you recall telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that when Nard saw the car stopped at the stop sign, that he said, "Oh, there go them niggas," and that he kind of turned, and Bentley and Hot Rod drove around y'all vehicle because they were following behind you. They went straight, and you went over to the vehicle to where the blue car was. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember then telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in August, as well as telling Detective Gaither, Dennis, and the prosecutor in February, that Nard then rolled down his window, took the chopper, and you actually crossed your hands, and that he shot into the vehicle multiple times, about 3 to 4 times, inside of the vehicle with the chopper. And then after shooting, y'all took off and y'all drove.
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember Detective Gaither showing you pictures of the victim with half of his head cut off?
Yeah, I remember.
You remember that?
Yeah.
And do you remember telling Detective Gaither that it was Nard who shot half his head off?
I don't remember saying that though.
Do you remember telling Gaither, Detective Dennis, and the prosecutor in February that the reason why you went over there was because Bentley and Hot Rod said that they were in trouble? They thought that these 4 young men were trying to follow.
I don't remember none of that.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in August, and then the prosecutor along with Gaither and Dennis in February, that after Nard shot the victim or shot into the vehicle, that you all went back to the house on Hot Rod's house?
I don't recall saying that.
Do you recall where Hot Rod's house was?
I don't even remember nobody named Hot Rod. That sounds like a toy car.
Did you know someone by the name of Rodney Allison?
No.
Do you remember describing, Ryan's house as kind of a trap house? You get your drugs there sometimes that you would take.
Yeah.
Do you remember telling Gaither and that, because they asked you where was this house located, that you kind of went through? It was off of Bromack, and then you could turn on another street, and it was a brown house with a gate with a slope down driveway.
Yeah.
Do you remember them asking you how Thug felt about you engaging with Nard and Bentley during this time?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis that Thug was mad at you because you looked at him like a brother, and that you had done so much for Thug that your only job at that point in 2015 was to watch his mother and his two sisters, Dolly and Dora?
No, I don't recall saying I had to watch them.
And that he wanted you to kind of lay low.
That don't even sound right.
Do you recall you telling them that Thug said he would take care of the clothes, the shoes, and the house so long as you protected them because you had already done enough for him?
No, I don't know nothing about that. He was already taking care of his family.
Do you recall ever speaking with Nard or Bentley after the shooting at all?
No, I don't.
Let me ask you this, back in 2015, in April of 2015, did you have that YSL tattoo on your face?
I think so.
You had the snake and that emoji on your face at that time?
I think so.
Now, do you know why you were so willing to just grab a chopper and go up to the Citgo gas station without any questions asked to protect Bentley?
Probably high. That sound like a movie.
But high or not, did you see yourself in those images at the Citgo gas station?
Yeah.
And in those Citgo gas station pictures, and I'll pull them up, did you wear a mask at all when this occurred?
I don't remember what I had on.
Okay, look at those surveillance videos.
I just seen a blue jacket. That's all I can see is blurry. I just see my face in a blue jacket.
Okay. First, looking at 14 Charlie. You have that one in your hand? 14?
Yeah, it's in my hand.
Do you have a mask on?
No, I can see my face.
And looking at 15 Charlie? Do you have any type of mask on?
No.
And it's 16 Charlie? All right. So,
I don't even think that's up here. I ain't got no 16.
now, when you were meeting with Detective Gaither, Detective Dennis in August, You first was Detective Gaither and then it's first in July of 2015 when you were
I don't
arrested.
know when I met with him. I remember meeting with him though.
Say that again.
I don't know when it was I met with him, but I remember like meeting with him.
Did you meet with them twice at Atlanta Police Department?
I don't know how many times it was. I remember like meeting detectives.
When you met with the detectives, was Mr. Williams present in a room with you when you met with the detectives? Was Mr. Jeffrey Williams in the room with you when you met with detectives?
No,
Was Shannon in the room with you when you met the detectives?
no,
What about when you did the proffer agreements? Was Mr. Williams in a room with you when you did the proffer
what
agreement?
that mean?
When you were in that room with the prosecutor, Gaither, Dennis, and you were in this.
Before I pleaded guilty?
Before you pleaded guilty.
No,
And when you spoke to Detective Gaither and Dennis, both in in August of 2015 and February 2016, were you able to tell them everything that happened on April 12th, 2015?
I don't know. I don't remember what I told him. I told you I would have told him anything to get home to my family.
You saw a person with a hand on his head. That's not the story, right?
In the courtroom, yeah.
In the courtroom, you saw that individual.
Yeah,
Right. And that's the individual that's in your indictment, Dexter McGurk.
I guess that's it.
It's not a story that half his head is shot off.
I seen it.
All right. So that's a fact.
Yeah,
It's not fiction.
no.
So even if you would have said anything to get out that room, was some of the stuff you said what actually happened because you saw the person it happened to? You keep saying that you would have said anything to get out that room.
Yeah,
But the stuff that you said actually had a result, and that result was the person you saw in court when had his head shot off.
I don't understand what you're saying. Can you dumb it down?
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis, not once, but twice, what you knew about what happened on April 12th, 2015?
I don't remember what I told him. I know I met with him though.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I don't remember what I told him specifically, but I remember like meeting with him.
Okay. And when you met with them, they wanted you to tell them the truth about what happened.
Yeah, that's what they asked for.
Okay. And in order to get whatever deal you want to get, you told them the truth about what happened that day.
I told him whatever I wanted to tell him to get home quicker. I just told you that. I've been telling that all day.
But whatever you told them, there was actually a person who got shot, that Nard shot.
I assume, I don't know.
But you pled guilty to these charges.
Yes,
And the charge that you pled guilty to was based upon what you told Detective Gaither in August and in February.
I don't understand what you confused me now.
You pled guilty to these charges.
Yes,
You pled guilty to participation in a criminal street gang.
yes,
Both you and Nard are part of YSL, the criminal street.
yeah. I was charged with criminal street activity before. Yeah,
And you were charged with Nard.
yeah,
You were also charged with aggravated assault.
mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
And that was for one count of shooting Dexter Meghann.
yeah.
And you were also charged, I don't know if you pled to it, but you were also charged with shooting in a car where D'Angelo White was inside of that car.
I don't even know who that is.
Let me show you what's been admitted as a exhibit 7BB. Do you know that individual?
Never seen him in a day in my life.
You never seen him? On your indictment, is there a count for an individual by the name of D'Angelo Wright?
No, it's a lot of counts. So. Count 9.
Okay. And does it have an individual by the name of D'Angelo White?
Yes.
Okay. And you pled guilty to having a gun? Or did you plead guilty to having a gun?
I just pled guilty to whatever they. I was ready to go home.
Okay. Did you plead guilty to having a gun?
Yes.
Now, you said you had told anything to go home. Would you have told the truth to go home?
If I knew the truth, I mean,
Now, Mr. Murphy, today you are not telling this jury what you told the police back in August of 2016. Why not?
I don't remember. I don't want to lie to them.
Do you not remember because you have to testify in this court in front of all these individuals sitting on this side of the room?
No.
Did you have concerns about talking during permission to approach?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy come back, please? All right. Members of the jury, we have gotten to a point in the day where I think it might be appropriate for us to stop at this point. So what I'm going to do is, Mr. Murphy, if you could, I'm going to release you at this point in time for the day. Come back tomorrow for 12:30 and be in pocket, and we'll call you. We'll probably be here the afternoon. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Remember, don't discuss the testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, members of the jury, before we recess for today, as promised, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of give you kind of where we are for the next few days. So tomorrow's the 12th. We'll come at 12:30. We'll start around 1 o'clock and we'll be here till about 5 p.m. On Monday, the 15th, I'll ask you to report for 8:30 and we'll be here the day. The 16th, Tuesday, we're going to have a short day because one of your members has a medical appointment. So we're going to go from 10, you'll report for 9:30 and we'll go to about 12:30 and that will complete our business for that day. The next day, the 17th, you'll report at 12:30 and we'll go to 5. 18th, you'll report for 8:30 and we'll go to about 1:45. One of your members has a doctor's appointment. And then that Friday, I've already told you that one in the as Veterans Court, independent of these proceedings. So you'll report at 12:30 for 1 o'clock start time. We'll go 5 o'clock. I'll give you the week thereafter, starting on the 22nd, later in this coming week. But I have put on your radar already, the 25th and 26th of April are administrative days. So I hope you've booked those already. As well as the 2nd and the 3rd of May will be administrative days. So you can go ahead and put those down. The 22nd through the 24th, that's like that Thursday and Friday. That will be an administrative day for you all. You know, the 27th of May is Memorial Day. That's Monday. That's a holiday. On Monday, the 6th, I should say the 3rd of June, you'll have an administrative day on that day. June 19th, which is Juneteenth, we have a county holiday. And then the 26th through the 28th will be administrative days of June. So those days, go ahead and put those on your calendar if you want to go ahead and book something now, or you need to take some personal business and we will go ahead and you can do that. Also, in relationship to the question you've asked me about remuneration on those days that you're not here, I have got some smarter people than me, the other lawyers in the county, take a look at that issue. So I can go ahead and give you a firm answer on that. We think yes, but we need to get approval, okay? Because you can't do anything else on those days. And so that's why we have indicated to them that that would be something that we should do. So I hadn't dropped off the plate. We're working on it. So what are your questions of me at this point, if any? There's always somebody, I'm just being polite, right? Okay, all right. So, ma'am, what is your question?
I just want to clarify for May, you said the 22nd and the 23rd?
The 22nd through the 24th. So I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. It will be that. We will work on the 22nd. So it's actually the 23rd and the 24th. So thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome. She's probably thinking, oh, you just cheated yourselves out of the day. Thanks. Thanks a lot. All right. But yes, I would have clarified later on. I can't get my stuff together. All right. Any other questions of me, administrative in nature? Okay. All right. This is of course subject to change, and I will, like I said, do the pinpoint when you report and on a week-to-week basis, because sometimes that changes or I need to tweak it. But for the most part, that's our schedule for tomorrow and for next week. Okay. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any administrative inquiry of me, let me go ahead and give you your admonitions. Please leave your notepads in the basket. Remember, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in small groups and onesies and twosies or little. And as you're sitting back there, it will be a violation for you to recap the case, recap person's testimony, consider anything that we have discussed out here until such time as I tell you when you're to begin your deliberative process. Please also resist temptation of listening to any third-party accounts of this particular proceedings as they go along. Don't go to any podcasts, any other printed material, or certainly anything that's been reported in the news media in regards to this case. If anybody should try and approach you or attempt to talk with you about this case in any form or fashion through any particular medium or in person, please let Sergeant Ingram and myself know immediately. And again, ladies and gentlemen, don't go by and visit any of the scenes that may be depicted or you've heard of in this particular case. That would be a violation for you to do so. And the last thing, as usual, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and your continued patience with us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, and ladies and gentlemen, we will see you tomorrow, 12:30, for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time. And we'll be here in the afternoon and we'll see where the day leads us at that point, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, is there anything else I need to take up with you all for the good of the order? If not, we'll continue with Mr. Murphy's examination tomorrow. How much longer do we have with Mr. Murphy? Just ballpark?
Ballpark an hour and a half.
All right, so he may be with us at least the rest of the afternoon and potentially Monday.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, anything else at this point in time, gentlemen, lady? Or ladies, I should say. Okay. All right. All right, councils, unless anything else, see you tomorrow at 12:30 for an anticipated 1 o'clock start time, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Yeah.